little short, like, super recap on the last thing that we had read, which was about Grandpa being part of the murders of the parents. Also, the secret society is not as evil as we initially thought. Some of them are evil, or were evil. Not all of them were. Imogen got initiated into the society. And we have decided that Dwight will stay with his brother in the house, in Grandpa's house. So we are not leaving town. You have to go on a search for it. I'm sure somebody could tell you what book it's from if you can, if you put it in the chat. I'm sure somebody will tell you. Alright, so now that we are all caught up, we are on chapter 10. And let's get this bad boy started, yeah? The morning of the Lake Day Festival finds you in the kitchen, cleaning up dishes from breakfast. You feel a sudden pang as you pick up a coffee mug and remembering your grandpa drinking out of it just days before. Shaking your head, you set the mug aside. Well, just when you think you're starting to understand someone, Dwight says, you dry your hands on a dish towel and begin the climb upstairs to the room you share with Elliot. Before you reach the top of the stairs, you hear muttering. Dwight's thinking, who is Elliot talking to? You climb further up and happen to catch a few more words. Elliot's saying, well, you see, Robbie, the truth is No, that sucks! Elliot clears his throat and starts over. Robbie, I've been thinking. We're just gonna listen, because it sounds like our brother is practicing, his chat with Robbie. I love it. We're gonna eavesdrop. We're not gonna just like bust in on him. You stay still on the staircase, continuing to listen as Elliot talks to himself. I've been thinking that you're a really cool guy, and that maybe you'd like to I don't know, go out with me? He's so cute. Elliot's like, oh, that's so stupid. Elliot takes a deep, calming breath and starts over. Robbie, I didn't think I could ever like anyone the way I like you. Oh! When I'm not with you, you're all I can think about, and when I'm with you, all I can think about is kissing you. Would you like to be my boyfriend? You hear Elliot groan loudly in a flump that can only be him flopping down on the bed. Aw, Elliot. He's like, oh, why am I such a dork? Sensing that he's done, you gently open the door and step inside. You see Elliot face down on his bed. I think it was using Veil of Secrets. Oh, okay. Dwight says, hey, Scooter. Elliot sits up with a start. Oh, how long have you been standing there? Long enough. Elliot sighs and brings his knees up to his chest. I'm really gonna do it this time, Dwight. I'm gonna tell Robbie how I feel. You come sit down on the bed beside him. It's about time. What changed your mind? I don't know. I guess almost getting killed by that monster thing got me thinking. I could have died without ever knowing if Robbie liked me back. I have to stop being a coward and just do it. Even if he doesn't like me, at least I'll know, Dwight says, I get that, but I don't think you have to worry about Robbie shooting you down. I'm pretty sure he likes you too. How do you know? Because he told me. What? He did? When? At the gala the other night, I ran into him. Why didn't you tell me? I've been going nuts thinking he might not even want to be friends anymore after I tell him. Hey, a lot's been going on, okay? I'm telling you now. Oh, I guess you're right. The last few days, hell, the last few months have been crazy. So, he told you he likes me? Mm-hmm. Elliot sits up a little straighter, looking lighter than he has in a long time. This is good. This is really, really good. I can't wait to see him now. Just be patient with Robbie, okay? He's been through a lot these past few days, too. Elliot says, yeah, it must be a whole other level of suck to find out your dad's a super evil murderer. Like Grandpa. KT asks, who's gonna be Dwight's date? That's a good question. Dwight says, it's okay to be upset, Scoot, if you want to talk about it. No, it's fine. I mean, why should anything in my life be normal, right? I'm related to a murderer. Who even cares? We should comfort our brother. You put your arm around his narrow shoulders and pull him into you. It's gonna be okay, Scooter. At first, Elliot's rigid, and then his arms go around your waist and you hear him sniffle. Oh, y'all want to guess? Why does everyone leave me, Dwight? Hey, I'm not going anywhere, okay? No matter what happens, you've always got me, I promise. Elliot's arms squeeze you while he cries quietly. I just want a normal life. That's all I ever wanted. I know, buddy. Me too. But you know what? There's no such thing as normal. Everyone's got something. This is our something, and we're gonna get through it together. Elliot pulls away from you and wipes his eyes. Thanks, Dwight. I know I can be a bit of a brat sometimes, but you always know the right thing to say. I'm your big brother. It's kind of my job. Elliot laughs a little. I guess it is. You know what? Today, we're not going to think about any of that stuff. Not about monsters, or cultists, or murderers. We're going to head out there and enjoy Lake Day, and when all this is over, we can get the hell out of this town and never look back. What do you say? I'll have to think about it. It's like, wait, Dwight, you know that he's about to tell Robbie that he likes him. So why are y'all gonna leave town? Like, no, Dwight, no. Of course, but not today. No thinking today. Got it? No thinking. Got it. Elliot's smile turns into a sly smirk. Speaking of Lake Day, I overheard one of your hot friends saying they're gonna be swimming in the lake. Oh yeah? I guess that makes sense. It is called Lake Day. Elliot says, a lot of hot hotties in swimsuits splashing in the water. Are you implying something, my sweet little brother? Just that you might want to wear something extra cute, you know, just in case. Elliot winks exaggeratedly and you laugh. Okay, let me see what I have. Huh? Yeah, let's buy the Hawaiian shirt. I like it. Well, think this'll impress the hotties. Nice. I like how it distracts from your face. Oh, dang. You little. Oh, jeez. I know. He straight up called him ugly. You're like, wait. What? That's mean. This is like, why you gotta be like that, brother? The Hawaiian shirt looks so good on him. I agree. It does. Elliot laughs as you grab your pillow and start whacking him with it. Okay. Your outfit is amazing. Stop it. This sleepover just got violent. Everyone dropped the pillows. What about you? Changing into some trunks? No way. I'm not getting into that lake again after what happened the other night. It's gone now, you know. Whatever Astra did, sent it away. For a while, at least. The water's safe. think I'd like to stay on land until the ghost's completely gone. Beanies do not go with swim gear. No, they do not. I can smell the banana boat. Oh, jeez. Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. Yeah. Smell the sunscreen. Well, I'll be having all the fun without you. Whatever. You and Elliot finish getting ready for the day's activities and leave the house behind for the once-a-year celebration. It lives beneath. Chapter 10, Still Waters. Dwight sends a text out to the crew. Hey, I'm on my way to the festival. You guys there yet? Sorry. Still getting ready. Imogen text. Danny says, running late. Be there soon. Hey, Ozza, what's up? Parker says, I have to finish a few things at the station first. No need to wait for me. Or on me. Tom says, yeah, sorry, Dwight. I'll be there in an hour or so. There's a cool tour of the dam you could take while you wait for us, though. Okay, cool. I'll do that. By the way, you're all the worst. Imogen says, I know! Crying emojis. Everyone that Connor is the villain of the book. You stop, Raven. Connor is not the villain in this book. Stop. The tour is busy but not full, with most of the crowd consisting of tourists. The sun reflects off the lake and onto the dam in twisting patterns. Let's see here. I don't trust him. He can't afford that car on a Lowe's budget. No, not at all. Yes, Pixelberry Studios has been hanging for a while now, and it's been super cool. And I'll admit I was really like nervous the first time and stuff. It was like, oh my god. I seriously thought Parker was the villain. He seems very suspicious. Yes! Yes. I totally agree. She squeaked several times. I did squee a few times. Audibly, yes. It's true. It's true. Robbie and Elliot are on either side of you, casting each other furtive, shy glances. Elliot leans close to you to whisper something. You seriously couldn't let me come on my own? Dwight says, hey, don't blame me. I didn't know you two were taking this tour too. Fine. Can you just not be you? You mean charming and delightful? I mean a total dork. Me? Your own flesh and blood? A dork? Never. Hey Dwight, it's nice running into you here. Be someone else, I know. Yes! So now Elliot has called Dwight ugly and a dork in the course of, like, 5 minutes. Oh no, my stuff crashed. Hold on. My app crashed, my bad. We'll get it together. I was not expecting that to happen. I'm so sorry, y'all. Technical difficulties, please stand by. There we go. Always a pleasure, Robbie. An awkward silence descends on the three of you as you follow along behind the rest of the tour group, and Elliot glares at you. Hey, Robbie. Yeah? Did you know why I call Elliot Scooter? No, actually, why do you call him Scooter? Oh, no. Okay, so when Elliot was little, he asked for a scooter every single Christmas and every single birthday for years. Please stop now! Until one day, our parents finally bought him a scooter. He was so excited he ran right onto the street with it. His big moment of triumph, he finally has the one thing he's always wanted. He gets on his thing and you know what happened? Robbie's laughing and he's like, what happened? He fell immediately and knocked out 4 of his baby teeth. No, Robbie says, shocked. Dwight says, yes. Elliot says, I hate you so much. And ever since then, he has been terrified of scooters, skateboards, bikes, you name it. If it has wheels, he's afraid of it. Yes, the payback. This is why his first name is Toothless Scooter. Oh, jeez. Robbie doubles over laughing, clutching his stomach. Robbie's laughing and he's like, oh my god, that's too good. That's too good. Elliot's like, I hate you both. Exactly. Carrie, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. The little emojis flying everywhere. I'm just gonna go throw myself off the side of the dam real quick. Dwight says, hey, he was bound to find out eventually. Oh, hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. I have been having a lot of fun doing these streams, and ultimately, you know, we're gonna get to pick a new book. So, I'll put another poll out on Twitter, which, by the way, I did not forget about our poll that we had. We will do a group chat. It will be on Twitter, because I want to say it was like 70% of y'all said you would rather do a Twitter group chat. So I will take care of that, and we'll get it together. Hey, Belber. It's always morally correct. Absolutely. Come on. I have a younger brother. Of course, I have to embarrass him too. And, you know, and he's only a year younger than me. Robbie says, it's fine, Elliot. It's nice getting to hang out with you guys. As the tour continues, the tourists photograph the gorgeous vistas, and the guide drones on about the history of the dam. Ooh, that's a good question, Ozza. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no. Oh man, if we played Nanny Affair, oh my god, I'd be in so much trouble on here. I couldn't even play any diamond scenes. That's just out. It's so out. Eventually, you notice Elliot and Robbie have lagged behind. They're talking in hushed tones and are both blushing and avoiding each other's gazes. We're gonna just give them some privacy. No. I know that some folks had requested Endless Summer, and then I'll like throw it out there for other folks to say which ones they want, and then from there we'll come up with a poll. So we got at least 2 weeks. No, I don't think I could. I mean, actually, I probably could read it out loud. I would be blushing horribly. Like, oh my gosh, I don't know. I'd be giggling too much like a weirdo. Queen Bee would be pushing it. Yes, just a little bit. Those are saucy. That's like, that's Discord stream stuff. Yeah. They have rules. They have rules here, people. You're gonna hear my husband in the back playing Dungeons and Dragons. So, if you hear another voice, that's him. You watch as the boys stammer something out to each other awkwardly. No. Robbie turns away, clearly embarrassed. Suddenly, Elliot grabs Robbie and kisses him! Ooh. Whoa, way to go, little bro! Dwight shouts. When they pull apart, they're both grinning and blushing. Yeah, I would love to see the answer to that question. I can only, like, guess. I can only guess about which book would have been the most difficult to write. Ozza had asked the question of Pixelberry Studios, what was the hardest book that has been made by Pixelberry for choices? My personal thought, your only guess would be Endless Summer. I haven't read it. I haven't read that one, but I would say anything that has to do with, like, a suspense, some type of suspense story. Because, you know, you have to throw the reader off. So, like, the It Lives books, or, you know, yeah. Yes! Oh my gosh, yeah, Blades. For sure. Oh, that's a good one. I've never been more proud of that little goober. You shuffle off with the rest of the tour group, giving the boys some time to themselves. After the tour, you, Robbie, and Elliot arrive in the middle of the bustling Lakeview Boulevard. The street is crowded on all sides with colorful booths, balloons, and banners. The air is full of excitement and the smell of frying food. I gotta go meet up with my friends, but I'll see you guys later, alright? See you later, Dwight! Robbie kind of, you know, gives a little wave. Dwight says, definitely. I've got about 1,000,000 more fun Elliot facts to share if you... Elliot surprises you by wrapping his arms around you in a tight hug. Smiling, he leans in to whisper in your ear. I will murder you in your sleep. I love you too, Scoot. You wander away from the boys to spot your friend standing in the crowd at the base of the small wooden dais. Hey guys, have I missed anything? Oh my god, Dwight! Oh my gosh, Dwight! There you are! Whoa, check you out, Miami Vice. What did we do to deserve this level of swim style? Danny says. Tom says, seriously, are you here for a magazine cover shoot or something? Are we blocking your shot? Tom is so sweet. Oh, stop. It's just a little something I threw on. You know, just a little something I put together real quick. Parker says, sorry about taking so long to get here. Same. I had no idea I had that many bathing suits to choose from. And it turns out my new camera lens isn't as easy to install as my old one, Danny says. Dwight says, hey, it's no problem. I had a good time out on the dam. Tom says, see? Told you it was worth it. I should write a guidebook or something. What's everyone doing crowded around here? Chief Kelly's about to give his annual speech to kick off Lake Day. Someone tell Parker to put on an adult's shirt already. Why? We like Parker's muscles, thank you very much. Choose a color other than beige. Yeah, maybe like a, you know, I don't know, red or something. Danny says, it's boring as hell, so try not to yawn too hard. One year, I almost dislocated my jaw. Imogen says, that is such an exaggeration. It's not even. Black would be good. Tom says, hey, look! It looks like it's starting. You watch as Chief Kelly takes the stage, and a hush falls over the crowd. Good morning, Pine Springers, and what a beautiful morning it is on this, the 50th anniversary of the founding of our little town. The crowd applauds and cheers. Kelly indulges it with a smile until finally waving the public back to silence. You all know me as your local police chief, but before this, I was just a hard-working deputy and a green-as-grass rookie cop before that. Now, I've been keeping this town safe my whole life. I've seen it on its good days, and I've seen it on its bad. I love this town. I'd like to think I even love it as much as our founders did. Which is how I know they'll be proud of how far we've come. There's a polite smattering of applause and people anticipating the speech being over, but Kelly continues. But founding this place wasn't as easy as chopping down a few trees and damming a river. No, the founders made a lot of hard choices and sacrificed a hell of a lot to make this place what it is. While everybody's out celebrating, remember their hard work and their sacrifices. Remember everything you have because of them. Happy Lake Day, everybody! Kelly steps down from the stage to relieved applause, and the assembled crowd begins to disperse. You know what? I would think that Imogen would be captain of the cheerleading squad, and I think she's kind of a geek too. So she'd be in like a geeky club as well. Probably president of that. He needs to wear salmon pink. Raven, is that what we're going with? Salmon pink for Parker. Now I'm gonna have to do like an edit with him wearing salmon pink. It's gonna happen. Salmon is pink. It is. It's pink. It is. It's pink. Is it just me, or was that speech a little ominous, foreboding, a foreshadow-palooza? Tom says. Danny says, Man Bun is right. There's something off about the chief. Parker says, cut him some slack. There's strange things going on. You can't blame him for letting some of it slip into his speech. That's true. Salmon. Ooh, teriyaki salmon. Ooh, salmon and sushi. There we go talking about food. I tell ya. Every stream, we talk about food. Every stream. Every stream. Let's see. Imogen is the horse club leader. She's geeky, but not geeky since she mistook Star Wars with Star Trek. That is true. Yeah, that would get her geek card pulled quickly. I don't know what you're talking about. It sounded fine to me. I think the speech was weird. There were definitely some hidden messages sprinkled in there. Tom says, exactly. Now all we have to do is write down everything he said verbatim and decode it. Ooh, a Pokeball? See, I've never had one of those. I need to try that because there's a few places here in Phoenix that do Poke. I would love to try it. I'm trying to order food and I just hear y'all talking about salmon. And can somebody confirm whether salmon is pink or not? Because I'm pretty sure it is. Pretty sure it is. I know I can't be the only one that thinks that. Salmon is pink. Thank you. It's pinkish. That works. Orangey pink. Okay. Because I had to wiki it. Salmon is a range of pinkish orange to light pink colors. So there's different shades. It's still pink. I don't care what it says. Pinkish orange, light pink, same thing. Okay, hold on. Slow down there, Nancy Drew. Danny says. Not those kind of hidden messages. More like some kind of veiled threat, but to who? Let's see. Colorpsychology.org says that salmon ranges in colors from between pink and orange. So there you go. But to who was that veiled threat? Parker says, just hold on a second, aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves? Imogen says, come on guys, I thought Lake Day was about having fun! Let's turn those frowns upside down and take this party to the Empress. Danny says, down to who and the what now? It's the name of her parrot's yacht, Parker says. Tom says, at least this time you have a party. It's in broad daylight. Vitamin D helps keep the monsters away. Imogen says, and even if it was at night, whatever my mom did to the ghost is going to keep the lake safe for a while. Danny says, I sure hope so, but it's not like we haven't kicked monster butt before. We can handle ourselves out on the water. You follow your friends as they walk away from the stage area, but Chief Kelly's speech lingers in your mind. You stand at the prow of the yacht as it comes to rest in the shallows on the other side of the lake. The forest on the shore is cool and welcoming, while the sun is hot and bright overhead as it bakes the deck of the yacht. Wow, Dwight says, this is really a perfect day to get out on the water. Imogen says, right? Imogen is at the wet bar preparing drinks while the rest of your friends kick off sandals and outerwear for a dip in the water. Oh, Parker took his shirt off. Thanks for letting us keep our things on your yacht all day, Imogen. Pshaw. Don't even mention it. This way, nobody has to go home to change into their clothes before the big ceremony tonight. Oh, I like what Danny's wearing. Why the heck did you bring your stun baton to the lake, Parker? Hey, don't snoop in his bag, Dwight shouts. Parker says, it's fine, Dwight, I don't mind. And to answer your question, Danny, an Eagle Scout is always prepared. Tom shouts, Cowabunga! I love this piece of music! It's so cute! It always reminds me of the Royal Romance. Tom suddenly jumps into the water, splashing everybody. Eek! Imogen squeals. Danny says, ay chiquito mocoso. Danny takes a running leap and jumps in after him. It is very happy and light. I love it. It's such a great piece of music. I don't speak Spanish, but that didn't sound nice. Because now I need to know what she said. Are you going to use those swim trunks for swimming or for modeling, tough guy? Why not both? That's my answer to just about everything. Why not both? Excuse me. Parker swan dives into the water with the grace of an Olympian. That's not intimidating at all, Dwight says. Imogen is wringing water from her hair, pouting. It took me all morning to get these curls to behave. Huh, girl, I know about that. Story of my life. I'm gonna push Imogen in. You sneak up behind Imogen, place your hands on her shoulders, and shove her into the water. Not too hard. Ah! She screams. Splash! Imogen comes up sputtering and coughing while the rest of your friends laugh. Live a little, Jenny, Dwight says. You chuckle and dive into the water after her. The water is surprisingly warm, and everyone delights in splashing each other and taking turns holding their breaths. At some point, you begin tossing around a large inflatable ball, and a casual game of volleyball ensues. Excuse me. Daddy says, "Hee-yah!" Daddy spikes the ball high into the air. Tom says, "I'm not gonna make it!" Parker says, "I've got it!" Parker dives forward and just manages to catch the edge of the ball on his fist, sending it bouncing back. "You're amazing at volleyball, too? Is there nothing you're not but the best at, Parker?" Imogen asks. Parker says, "I can't whistle. Does that count?" You start to realize you're apart from your friends, but don't remember swimming this far out. Your feet don't even touch the bottom. You shake off a chill and start paddling back to the raucous group when something grabs your leg. Dwight screams. Daddy shouts, "Dwight!" Parker says, "What? What is it? What's wrong?" "Something's got me!" Dwight shouts. Your friend starts swimming out to you, while the clammy hold on your leg tightens, threatening to drag you under. "Help! Help me!" You thrash in the water, trying to break free. "Oh, we got a pole! Hey, thanks, Raven." "Hold on, Dwight, I've got you!" "What is it? Can you see what it is?" But the ghost should be gone," Imogen says. Parker reaches for you, wrapping his arms around your waist and pulling. "Daddy, Tom, give me a hand!" Each getting a hold on one of your arms, they all tug on you with all their might. And you come loose! "We've got to get out of the water," Danny shouts. The lot of you swim as fast as you can back to shore, lying on the pebbled bank and catching your breaths. "Dwight, are you okay?" Tom asks. Dwight says, I think so." Parker says, "Let's take a look. You might have suffered a laceration."
Now I shall have to create more Martians.
Aw, Grits Malone, thanks for the follow. How is the Facebook streaming going, my friend? Looking at your leg, Parker stops speaking abruptly and then bursts out laughing. "What's so funny?" Dwight asks. Sitting up, you inspect the leg that was clutched so fiercely and find a long lakeweed wrapped around your ankle. Some ghost. Laughter erupts all around you, and you fall back on the warm shore, embarrassed but extremely relieved. Later, you and your friends are enjoying margaritas on the deck of the yacht and soaking up the sun. You try to put the chill you felt on the lake out of your mind and enjoy the moment with everybody else. Tom says, "Aren't we going to head into town to see the festival?" "Isn't this better than a festival, though?" Imogen asks. And Tom says, "I don't know. I saw a shooting gallery in one of those games where you toss a ball at some milk bottles. Does the Empress have one of those?" "I'm pretty sure she doesn't, unless Mom and Dad installed one when I wasn't looking." Danny says, "He's got a point. I'd like to head to town to get some pictures of the festival with my new camera lens." Parker says, "And I've been dying for a day off work to take my boat out onto the lake." "Well, you already know where we're going." Imogen says, "As long as you're all headed out, I'd love to take Diavolos on a ride up to the Pine Falls. They're really beautiful this time of year." This is your chance to spend some fun one-on-one time with somebody special and gain nerve and maybe take your relationship to the next level. Oh no. Oh, he's even wearing beige trunks, y'all. What? Imogen, she's so cute. Tom. Danny. Hi. The beige. You know, I know, I'm kind of like, Like, I don't know. I don't know. I think... Wait. Wait. These decisions are difficult. Yeah, I'm thinking we might be skipping that. We might be skipping that. We don't want to ruin that for everybody. You get nervous with spending diamonds? I know, but I don't care if this is a dirty 30. I don't know if this is a dirty 30. Me neither! I don't know either! I don't know either. You can always spend all of them. That's true. That's true. Danny's pretty, but she too bougie. We on a budget. Fuzzy. Let's see. Okay. If you recall correctly, then we are going to spend time with no one. Because we're not doing that. Dwight is pure. I think I'm going to explore the festival on my own for a while. You wander around the stalls, enjoying the atmosphere, until the sun starts to sink low in the sky and you make your way back to the pier. Oh, I have the diamonds to spend. It's just, how much do I want to read? You know? That could be very, very dangerous. The sun is starting to set over the sights and sounds of the Lake Day Festival when you're at last reunited with all your friends. Hi, guys! Everybody do what they wanted to do? Parker says it was nice to relax out on the water. And Danny shrugs. I managed to snap off a few pics. Yeah. I know. I think I have enough Google Play points for the coupon, the $12 coupon. Oh my gosh! Oh, thank you, MA, for gifting some subs. Appreciate it. I'm sure Depanix and Ozza will appreciate that. Enjoy your emotes, folks. We got some really cool ones. Tom says, I was totally going to play some games, but then I smelled kebabs and forgot what games even were. Imogen says, well, I'm so glad everybody had such a nice time. Parker says, how about you, Imogen? Me? Yeah, tell us how that dope waterfall was. So awesome, Sauce. I took a nice ride with Diabolos, just me and him, and it was a good horse-girl bonding moment. Dwight says, looks like it's getting late. What should we do now? Danny says, as the only one here with an artistic eye, I say we set up on the docks and watch that sexy sunset. And Parker says, that's a good idea, Danny. I might be biased, but nothing quite comes close to watching the sunset over our Lake Triumph. Ooh, sounds romantic. Jenny-like. I think I got the perfect spot for primo viewage, Tom says. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go! You all pile onto the deck, ships still lazily floating in the water before you, banners swaying gently in the light breeze. Parker says, this dock's a little narrow. We'll have to sit in twos, if we all want to fit. That's adorable! Just like grade school, Imogen says. And Tom says, who do you want to sit next to, Dwight? While he looks at me and puts us on the spot. It's just so cruel. We're gonna sit next to Deputy Do-Right. Yes. Parker sits at the edge of the dock, his feet dangling in the water, and pats the planks beside him. Be my guest. As everyone takes their places, you sit down next to him, letting your feet cool in the lake, and he drapes an arm over your shoulder. You all fall silent as you watch the sun sinking towards the horizon, casting streaks of red and orange across the clear sky. Amazing, Dwight says. And Parker says, Pine Spring sunsets, they don't get much better than this. Parker sighs as he leans against you. I couldn't have asked for a better day off. Me neither, Dwight says. Parker looks at you, his face flushed from a day spent in the sun. And... oh! Let's see. Wow! It's kind of split! Well, I mean, we could have romantic horror. There is Bloodbound. There's Nightbound. There's the haunting of, what is it, Braidwood Manor. There's that, too. We're gonna kiss him. Yeah. You cup his jaw, tracing your thumb over the stubble on his cheek. His eyes fall to your lips. Dwight, would you mind terribly if I kissed you right now? That is exactly what I was going to do. Great minds think alike, I guess. You bring Parker's face down towards your own. Parker smiles softly, his eyes falling closed as his lips near yours. Ah! Someone screams. You all jump at the sound of a piercing scream. You pull away from the kiss you were about to share and groan in exasperation.
Isn't it delightful?
Oh, Dr. Waffles, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime Gaming. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dwight says, why does this keep happening to me? Imogen says, what was that? Parker says, it sounds like someone's in danger. Parker springs to his feet and runs back toward the festival. Parker, wait for us! You and your friends follow him at a hurried pace. You hear more screams as you reach the center of town and find the crowd in a state of chaos. Parker grabs a hold of a woman as she runs past. What is it? What's happening? They came from the water! They're everywhere! Danny says, slow down, lady. What came from the water? It's a bear monster! You turn and see dozens of warped creatures weaving through the crowd. Danny says, oh, these assholes again! A mob of people come rushing towards you and away from a pursuing beast. Dwight shouts, look out! A panicked person's shoulder checks you and you fall to the ground. Ugh. The world is a confused mess of feet and legs, and you roll desperately toward trying to avoid being trampled. Dwight says, help somebody! A foot comes down on your stomach, then your leg. Dwight screams. All of a sudden, you feel yourself being hauled up and out of the fray. You stand dizzily for a moment, trying to catch your breath. Tom says, Dwight, are you okay? Did you get hurt? I'll be fine. Where's... You search the crowd for your friends, but all you see are strangers and the vicious creatures attacking them. I don't see them any... And an elk monster comes screeching down the road here. The wind is knocked out of you as you're tackled to the ground by a putrescent monstrosity. Oof! Tom shouts, Dwight! Tom shoves his weight into the monster's side and manages to heave it off of you and over the edge of the pier, and you watch as its head sinks below the water. Tom says, are you okay? Tom hauls you back to your feet. Damn it, I wish I'd seen it coming. Brace let go. You had no warning without the omen bracelet. You take a step back and your arms windmill as you almost lose your balance over the edge of the pier. Tom takes your hand and steadies you. Whoa, careful. You don't want to fall in. The water! Dwight, look out! And it's a bear monster. Powerful jaws close around your leg and yank you off your feet, pulling you off the pier and into the water. and Dwight screams! And you catch yourself on a concrete pylon, fingers straining as the grip on your ankle threatens to pry you loose. Tom stands stunned on the pier, shock momentarily paralyzing him. And the bear monster growls. And Dwight shouts, "Tom, help me!" Tom says, Tom snaps out of his daze, clenching his fist with determination. Tom says, "Not again! I'm not letting you take my friend again!" With a running start, Tom jumps right into the water, disappearing under the surface. "Tom?" And the bear monster growls. All at once, the monster's jaw unclenches from around your ankle and the creature is pulled into the churning water. You scramble back up the pier and turn immediately to look for signs of Tom, but the water is impenetrably dark. "Come on, Tom! Come on!" A second passes, then another. The bubbles dissipate from the water's surface, and there's no hint of life in the water. "No. Please, Tom, I can't lose you too. Come back to me!" And then you see a dark shape rising up from the depths. Faster, until... Tom! You haul Tom onto the pier where he collapses onto the concrete, coughing up water. Hack. "Tom, are you okay? Say something." Am I dead?" "Tom, you saved my life. That thing would have drowned me if it hadn't been for you. I was just doing what any normal, run-of-the-mill superhero would do." You laugh and shake your head, helping him up into a sitting position. "But seriously, that was insanely dangerous. Why'd you do it?" "Because I couldn't let what happened to Andy happen to you. I'm done being helpless while the people that matter most to me get hurt." And Dwight gains points. "Well, you did good. I'm proud of you, even if it was incredibly reckless." Tom says, "Thanks." Tom faced his fears head on. Nerve is strong. You pull Tom to his feet, where he rests his weight on you slightly before recovering. All around you, the festival is in ruins, completely overrun by monsters. Dwight says, "Come on, we have to find Elliot and get the hell out of here." You and Tom start searching the pier for your little brother. Here and there, you spy your friends amongst the crowd, fighting off monsters and trying to protect civilians. And Tom says, "Where did you see him last?" "By the stage, but that was hours ago. It's going to be impossible to find him." Tom says, "Look!" You see Robbie at the end of the dock, standing utterly still, apparently oblivious to the chaos around him. "Robbie! Robbie!" And Dwight's shouting. And you and Tom run to him, and he's staring off into the water. His face is pale and empty. "Robbie, where's Elliot?" And Robbie says nothing. Tom says, "He's completely out of it." "I've got to shake him." You grab Robbie by the shoulders and bodily shake him. "Snap out of it, Robbie!" Robbie blinks rapidly and looks up at you, his eyes clearing. "Dwight? Where is he, Robbie? Where's my brother?" He... Robbie's lip trembles as he points out at the turbulent waters of the lake. "He's gone! She took him!" "Who did?" But you already know. Before Robbie says another word, you know that your worst fears have come true. "The ghost! The monster! She took Elliot!" Chapter 10 complete. Tom is coping. So is Imogen. Thank you, Jingo, for the biddies. Appreciate it. Parker's coping. Danny's coping. And I'm coping. The whole group is coping. Everybody's good. Just a normal day in Pine Springs. Yeah, it's just Tuesday. Or Thursday. 3 of 5 locks on the cabinet in Grandpa's house. Give me a couple of minutes just to kind of stretch for a moment, hang out, get y'all's a little bit of drink or something if you need to, refresh your water, because I have some water here. I will be back in a couple minutes. Hang out. All right. We're back. We're back. We're back. Switch back to our screen. We are on chapter 11. And Elliot, our brother, has gone missing. The ghosty took him. That is not good. Not good at all. Let's see. You fought your way through the horde of monsters that are terrorizing the Lake Day Festival, only to learn that your brother was abducted by the lake ghost. What do you mean she took Elliot? There was nothing I could do. It all happened so fast. We have to go after him. You dash to the end of the pier, ready to jump in, but Tom holds you back. Dwight, stop. You're going to get yourself killed. Let go of me. I have to, Tom. She's drowning him. She's drowning him right now. No, I don't think she is, Robbie says. What? She took him, but she wasn't pulling him under the water. She was just dragging him. She was headed to the center of the lake like she was taking him somewhere. Oh, never mind. Okay, sorry. I thought of something and it was just like, oh. I have an idea. Now I just have to see if I'm right. Dwight says, then Then we've got to get a boat. We got to try to head them off. And Tom says, there's no way you can catch up with them. You don't even know where she's taking him. If she was even taking him somewhere. Yes, I had one of those. Dwight says, I'll search the whole goddamn lake if I have to, Tom. He's my little brother. I'm not going to just sit back and while he gets kidnapped by some vengeful spirit. And Robbie says, I'll go with you. I couldn't stop him getting taken, but I'm sure as hell going to help him get him back. And Tom says, we're not going to get Elliot back by rushing in blind. We need a plan. If we could just find... Dwight says, and then the elk monster comes in and it's growling. The three of you jump back as two. 3 decaying beasts start clawing their way out of the water onto the dock's planks. Back! 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 Tom shouts. You run back toward the town, away from the monsters making their way out of the water, with Robbie shielded between you and Tom. Don't worry, Robbie. Just stick with us, or stick by us, and you'll be... And a bear monster growls. And Tom shouts, were you going to say fine? Because this is not fine! As you're backing away from the mutated bear, you hear a deep-throated bugle behind you. And it's the elk monster! And Robbie says, uh-oh. Water and algae drip from the bared teeth and decaying jaws as the creatures begin to advance. We should run! You try dodging left, but the grizzly monster swipes a claw out in Robbie's direction. And Robbie screams, no! Dwight shouts. You dive in front of the boy and are slashed across your back. Robbie shouts, Dwight! And the elk monster makes a noise. And the bear monster growls. And the monsters circle you like prey, readying another assault. And Tom says, damn it, I don't think we can take them both. All of a sudden, you hear the sound of hooves pounding against cement, growing closer at an impossible speed. Is it Imogen? What in the... Shiny ruby bolas sail through the air, twining themselves effortlessly around the undead elk's legs. And it makes a confused noise. And Diavolos whinnies really loud. It just says, stay away from my friends! See, what did I tell you? As the mutated beast teeters and falls, Imogen spurs Diavolos to a gallop, stampeding it into the ground. Seeing its packmate fall, the bear takes off, fleeing into the chaos of the pier. Imogen says, 10 years of dressage finally paying off. And Imogen used her bolus. Holy boly. Robbie shouts, Imogen, that was amazing! Tom says, my hero. Dwight says, you saved our lives, Jenny. Imogen trots Diavolos out over to you, her face concerned. Is everybody alright? We are now. We would have gotten our butts handed to us if it hadn't been for you, Annie Oakley. I love it. Imogen, the lake ghost took Elliot. Imogen says, what? Oh no, Elliot, that's awful. Come on, we'll go find my parents and Diavolos huffs. Diavolos starts whinnying and straining against the reins. Imogen says, what? What is it, Di? What's wrong? You watch as Diavolos' face goes slack. Eyes turn glassy, and he bolts headlong towards the water. Imogen screams. Dwight shouts, Jenny! I've gotta grab Imogen. As the horse leaps past, you lunge for Imogen, only to fall short and tumble under the horse's pounding hooves. Dwight screams. You manage to roll out of the way just in time to avoid being trampled. Tom and Robbie hurry over to you, lifting you to your feet. Dwight, are you hurt? Tom asks. Don't worry about me. We've got to save Imogen. Imogen yanks him ineffectually at the reins of Diavolos barrels down the dock. Diavolos! Stop! Why are you doing this? You can see monsters crawling up out of the water and onto the dock. Diavolos headed straight for them. Imogen, the ghost is controlling him! Jump! Dwight shouts. Diavolos huffs and he's going straight for the end of the pier, and Imogen says, "No! I can save him!" Imogen holds a glowing hand to the horse's head as the edge of the dock comes closer and closer. "Wake up, Diavolos! Please! Please!" And the horse continues to huff. The closer they get to the end of the dock, the more monsters gather. Bear monster growls. Imogen squeezes her eyes shut, burying her face at Diavolos' mane. "Come back to me!" And Diavolos huffs, and he sounds confused. He's like, "Huh? Diavolos?" Diavolos shakes his head, the trance clearing, and he skids to a stop. "We did it! You're okay!" The creatures at the end of the dock begin to approach, and Diavolos canters backwards, only to find the path behind them blocked by more beasts. He's an elk monster, and Diavolos looks really scared. The horse kicks at the beast, but to no effect. They paw and slash at him, quickly overtaking him. "It's okay, boy. We can get out of here. Everything's going to be..." And Diavolos neighs loudly at them, and he's mad, and Diavolos bucks Imogen over the monsters' heads and clear into the water. Imogen screams, and Dwight, Tommy, Robbie, come on! And he shouts. And with the monsters distracted by Diavolos, you and your friends run to the edge of the dock and haul up a sodden Imogen. "Diavolos, we have to help him!" Even as she forms the words, a great scream rises up from the horse as a bear creature sinks its teeth into its neck. Imogen shouts, "Diavolos!" The poor horse is dragged, shrieking off the dock into the water, and disappears in a torrent of bubbles and thick blood. Imogen is on edge. "Thanks for the lurk, Pain." "No! No!" Dwight says, "It's okay, Jenny. I've got you. I've got you." You hold her in your arms as her entire body trembles and tears stream down her cheeks. "Aw, man!" Dang. Aw, Diavolos. Chapter 11, Sinking Feeling. Imogen is she's losing her nerve. She says, "No, Diavolos." You'll lift a still sobbing Imogen to her feet. Dwight says, "Tom, you were right. There's no way we could find Elliot, not while we're under attack like this." Tom says, "Hearing I was right somehow doesn't make it any better." Dwight says, "We've got to find the others and get to Imogen's parents. Stopping the ghost for good is the only way we can put an end to this." "Imogen, do you think you can lead Robbie to where the yacht is docked?" "Yes." And you take a hold of Robbie's shoulder and force him to look you in the eye. "Get there as fast as you can and don't look back. If we don't show up in the next hour, tell Vincent to leave without us." Robbie says, "What? No, I'm not going to leave without you." "The ghost has to be stopped, Robbie. It's the best chance we have of getting Elliot back. Someone has to do that ritual, with or without me. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Okay, go." Robbie starts leading Imogen back towards the pier. She glances back at you, her face twisted with grief, before the two of them break into a run. Tom says, "So what do we do now?" Dwight says, "Now we find Parker and Danny. We're going to need all the help we can get if we're going to be facing off against this ghost." The once festive Lakeview Boulevard is still enveloped in chaos as people run for their lives. Tom says, "They could be anywhere in this mess." Dwight says, "Not anywhere." You point across the boulevard to a melee in progress. And Parker shouts, "Get back! Get back!" Parker, scraped and bruised, is being assailed by a two-headed monstrosity. "It's an elk monster!" And as you and Tom rush up, you see the electric blue crackle of Parker's stun baton as it sails through the air, just barely singeing the beast. Parker shouts, "Dwight, no! Stay back! It isn't safe!" The decomposing elk backs up, preparing to charge again. And I should dodge. Everybody get out of the way! As the monster dashes toward you, its antlers lowered to impale, the three of you dive out of the way. Ha! Dwight shouts. The decomposing elk plunges headlong into a booth. You watch as the creature becomes entangled in banners and bunting. Parker says, "Stand back!" Whipping his stun baton out to his side, Parker sprints up and jabs the crackling end into the elk's flank. Sizzling, the monster slumps to the ground, dead. Dwight says, "Good going, Parker!" Parker says, "Thanks, Dwight. If it hadn't been for your warning, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to get a good shot in." Parker kicked ass with his stun baton. Shock and aw, yeah. Parker says, "What are you guys doing here? I thought you'd be halfway across the lake already to complete the ritual." Dwight says, "And leave you and Danny behind? Not a chance." "Look, Robbie's taking Imogen back to the yacht. I told them to take off and complete the ritual without us if we don't make it back in an hour." Tom says, "All we gotta do now is regroup with Danny and hightail it out of here. We'll make it in plenty of time." Parker says, "Then you'll be needing this." Parker reaches into his backpack and tosses Tom the ruined wrench. "You brought Dame Judy wrench?" Oh my god, the puns! The puns! Dame Judy wrench, that's great. That's fantastic, I love it. Parker says, "An Eagle Scout as always." Tom says, "Prepared, we know." "If you're looking for Danny, I saw her last at the..." And a voice shouts, "Step the hell off, Smokey the Zombear!" That sounds like Danny, alright. You follow the shouts and discover Danny among the ruins of a stall, hands gripping the salivating muzzle of a monster. And it's a bear monster and it growls, and Danny says, "I said step off!" Another beast staggers around the corner intent on joining the attack against her. It's an elk monster. Dwight says, "You handle that one, I'll help Danny." Tom and Parker split off as you run to Danny's aid. Danny shouts, "Don't just stand there looking pretty, Vance! Give me something I can use to kill this thing!" You search the remains of the antique stall and find an old set of brass knuckles nestled inside a broken wooden crate. And heck yeah, we're taking them. Scooping up the brass knuckles, you toss them to Danny, who catches them one-handed and breaks into a grin. Now we're talking. You got the brass knuckles. We got a new weapon. Slipping the fingers of her right hand through the knuckle hole, she pulls her arm back with for a powerful swing. "Eat this!" Danny shouts. A punch like a ton of bricks lands across the bear's main head. The monster reels back, tongue lolling out of its useless jaw. Danny bounces to her feet and rams her fist into the beast's neck with an audible snap. Danny wipes away a trickle of blood from a cut on her lip. "Teach you to mess with me." Dwight is now tough as nails. Pretty sure no one will ever mess with you again after that. Knuckle down, Danny flexed her strength with her new weapon. And you and Danny look around just in time to see Parker and Tom heave the dead elk mutation into the water. Danny says, "Good work, boys. Not as good as me and Dwight, but good." "Shouldn't you be thanking us for saving your butt?" Tom asks. And Dwight says, "Come on, we have to get to the yacht before it leaves." Parker says, "We're right behind you, Dwight." The four of you take off at a run in the direction of the docks. Your feet pound against creaking wood as you make it onto the dock. In the distance, you can make out Chief Kelly and a small group of cultists protecting the Empress from the undead beasts. Thank God they're still here! Come on, guys, we're almost... And Dwight gets cut off by the elk monster's growl, and Danny says, "Oh, come on!" The four of you skid to a halt as the hoofed monstrosity begins to charge your group. We're going to flank. Everybody split up! As it runs past, we'll surround it! Reacting swiftly to your command, you and your friends duck to opposite sides of the dock, leaving a clear path for the monster. Not having time to adjust its course, the creature is between you and mere moments. Dwight shouts, "Now!" Parker sticks his baton into the monster's hide, and it convulses as jolts of electricity course through its body. That is true. The thing is a corpse, technically. Technically, you're right. You're right, Bilber, you're right. And the elk monster makes a noise. Danny winds up a punch with her brass knuckles and delivers a devastating blow to the elk's second head, splitting its skull. Tom lifts his wrench over his head and brings it down on the beast's back with all his might. Chunks of meat and bones spray you and your friends, as though from an explosion, and you watch the elk crumple limply to the dock. Whoa, this wrench is badass! Hey, Play Choices Podcast. Yes. Honestly, okay, I'll be real. Normally I work on Thursdays. And so here I was thinking, like, it's Friday. I was thinking it's Friday already. And then it's like, but wait, I didn't do the stream. It can't be Friday. Hello, hello. Play Choices Podcast is all really awesome. Check her out on Twitter. Wherever you listen to your podcasts. And you can find it there. You exchange breathless grins with your friends. Combo move! Together your weapons defeated the monster. And Dwight says, "Now that's what I call teamwork." Danny says, "We're basically unstoppable." Parker says, "I haven't seen such a structured fighting force since the academy." Tom says, "Does this make me an honorary cop? Can I get my own badge?" Parker laughs and claps Tom companionably on the back. "Come on, guys. We gotta get to the Empress before it leaves without us." Dashing along the rickety planks, you make it to the yacht, just as Kelly pushes back the last of the monsters into the water. "Get on! We won't be long before more of those things turn up!" As you're being helped onto the deck, Astrid meets you, visibly relieved. Astrid says, "Thank goodness. We were beginning to think you were..." Dwight says, "Imogen and Robbie, are they here? Did they make it?" "We made it. Imogen's resting in the cabin." With the last of your friends aboard, Astrid leans over the railing to address the society members still on the dock. "Abraham, stay here with Barry and Carla and try to get everyone to safety. With any luck, this will all be over before long." Chief Kelly says, "You got it. Robbie, come along with us now. We'll get you home." Rip Imogen's sanity. I know. Her poor horse. Oh, I felt so bad. Robbie says, "What? No, I'm going with Dwight. We have to find Elliot." Chief says, "I'm sorry, son, but this business out on the lake is too dangerous for a kid." "Dwight, talk to them. They'll listen to you." "I think Robbie actually should go home. It's just not safe, Robbie. And besides, Elliot would kill me if I let something happen to you." Robbie stares at you with the naked expression of betrayal on his face. "But Dwight, you know how much Elliot means to me. I can't stay behind knowing that he's still out there, please." "Robbie, I'm sorry. I really am." Robbie just shakes his head and lets Kelly maneuver him off the yacht and down the gangplank. Huh. That is a good option, actually. It's alright, son. We'll have you back home safe in no time. Forsworn, Robbie will not forget this. I'm sorry, Robbie. I just thought it was best for you. You watch Kelly and Robbie retreat across the dock, surrounded by a protective barrier of society members. You cling to the railing as the yacht roars to life, blocking out the sound of screams still emanating from the town. Vincent says, "Hold on tight, everyone. This is going to be a bumpy ride." As the boat uses all of its speed, you watch the shoreline recede behind you, the possibility of Elliot's death turning your stomach to lead. You're getting dressed inside the privacy of the yacht's cabin when you hear a hesitant knock at the door. "1 second," Dwight says. You finish covering yourself up and open the door to find Tom standing there holding a white box with a red cross emblazoned on it. "Hey, Dwight, I'm not bothering you, right?" "No, of course not. What's up?" Tom's cheeks gather a bit of pink as he lifts the box in his hand. I thought maybe you could use some help patching yourself up and, maybe talk a little?" "I mean, we almost died back there and now we're speeding toward evil magic ground zero to do some kind of mysterious ritual, and it's all just..." Tom stops himself looking down at his feet. "Or maybe this was a dumb idea. If you just want to be alone, that's cool. I can just leave this and go. Yeah, I'll go." "Come on, hang out, Tom." He obviously needs somebody to talk to. Tom smiles, looking relieved. "Okay, great. Where should we start?" "You can start by coming inside." After closing the door behind him, you and Tom settle next to each other on the narrow bed. Tom cracks open the first aid kit and begins to remove rolls of bandages and cans of antiseptic spray. "So have you done this before?" "Some. There's a lot of injuries in basketball and robotics and boat repair." "So I'm in good hands then?" "Definitely the best hands on this boat." Tom inspects a scrape on your knee. "Give it to me straight, Doc. Will I ever dance again?" "I'm afraid your days of doing the samba are over. But you'll get to tango to your heart's content." Now there's a relief. He begins gently disinfecting your wounds with the spray and cotton swabs. "You know, I wanted to say thank you again for saving my life tonight." Tom ducks his head bashfully. I don't know if I saved your life exactly." "You know, you don't have to always be so humble, right? You're a badass. It's okay to own it." "You think I'm a badass?" "Come on, dude. You're a one-man monster death machine. If you haven't figured out you're a badass yet, I don't know what to tell you." "Love the TLC, yeah." Tom shyly tucks a stray strand of hair behind his ear. "You know, I spent a lot of time in high school thinking no one would ever see me the way you see me right now. So I guess what I'm saying is, thanks." Setting aside the antiseptic swabs, Tom picks up the bandages and begins wrapping them around your disinfected injuries. "How you doing now? In a lot of pain still?" "Why don't you give me some Advil?" "I'm sure there's some in the kit. If not, maybe we should have you take a shot of whiskey like in the Civil War." But seriously, Dwight says, I really could use a drink right about now. Tom says, you and me both. Dwight says, when this is over, we're going to a bar immediately and drinks are on me. Tom says, you'd think I'm gonna forget this, but what you're saying to me right now is contractually binding. Dwight says, hey, these aren't empty promises. I'm gonna make it rain champagne. Tom carefully replaces the supplies back in the first aid kit, gathering the used swabs and bandages in a pile for disposal. You know, I was kind of nervous before coming to see you. You were? I didn't know if you wanted to be alone or if you want to see me. Tom, I just needed a breather. It's been such a long night. I'm sorry. I should have just left. I didn't mean to intrude. Calm down. I let you in, didn't I? Just because I needed a moment doesn't mean I'm not glad you came. Call me crazy, but I like having you around. And Tom is tough as nails. Okay, crazy. Somebody knocks on the door, and the two of you jump at the sudden sound. Parker says, Dwight, it's me. Everybody's with me. Can we come in? Oh, yeah, sure. Your friends enter the room and make themselves as comfortable as they can in the cramped quarters. Imogen perches on the edge of the bed, eyes raw from crying. Hey, how are you holding up? Dwight asks. And Imogen shrugs, her arms wrapped tightly across her chest. Parker, please, we are having a moment. We were having a moment. Imogen says, I'll be fine. You don't have to worry about me. Not when you've got so much else to worry about. Dwight says, no, it's at least... we're doing something, you know? Elliot can still be... You swallow around a lump in your throat and continue. I'm sorry about Diavolos. Yeah, well, she was, coping, and then her horse died. Her horse, died trying to save her. Or, yeah, saving her. So now she's, back down in points. Poor girl. Yeah, I liked him too. Poor Diavolos. Fresh tears well up in her eyes, and Danny slings an arm around her shoulders. Danny says, hey, it's not trivial. He was part of your family. Right? Tom says, I don't know what it's like to have a horse, but I had a dog once. Her name was Jester. She was my best friend. Aside from, Andy. When she died a few years ago, I thought I'd never get over it. I was a wreck for weeks. I don't think the hurt is ever going to be gone, but it does get better with time. Imogen looks to you tearfully. Is that what you think, Dwight? I think he'd be happy to know he saved you. You two shared a deep bond, and I think the fact that he gave his life to save yours proves that. He wouldn't want you to be sad that he's gone. He'd want you to remember his noble sacrifice and his love for you. Imogen brushes away a fresh tear and turns a weak but warm smile on you. Imogen is back to coping, and she says, thank you, all of you. It's good to know I've got friends like you at times like this. Everyone sits quietly for a moment, deep in thought, until Tom takes a deep breath. Look, I know this isn't a great time to bring it up, but there's really no other time to say it. I don't think we could trust the society. Parker says, now hold on a minute. Where's this coming from? Astrid and them, they already explained the situation, and it all seems perfectly on the level. And Tom says, there's just something off about them. I think we've got to be on our guard. Imogen says, okay, so maybe they're a little weird. Maybe it's kind of creepy that they're all wearing matching robes. But fashion crimes are not crime crimes. Daddy says, I think they're right, Tom. Tom says, what? But you've been the most anti-society out of all of us. Daddy says, I've still got my doubts, but my family's really struggling. The society could help us pay off some debts. Make sure we keep the house. Maybe trusting them is worth the risk. Tom says, Dwight, come on, back me up here. Do you really think we can trust them? I think we can't trust them. Sorry, Imogen. Oh, man, she was just coping and now she's not. Dwight, really? I thought you believed in me. I do. I just don't believe in them. And Parker says, it's the same difference, Dwight. She knows her folks, and I know Abe better than anybody else in this world, and we trust them with our lives. And Tom says, sometimes it's the people you think you know best that are able to pull the wool over your eyes. I think Dwight's just being smart. And Danny shakes her head sadly. Seriously, Dwight? I need these people. I need this opportunity for my family, my dad. Yeah, at least Tom is tough as nails. Yeah, that's how I felt about Andy in the last book. Sucks that pretty much only Tom is the only one who's skeptical. Yeah. And I couldn't let him be alone in that thought process. Come on, Danny, that isn't fair. Dwight is just looking out for us. I can't believe you guys. We're already out here, like seconds away from completing the ritual. Why are we talking about this now? Exactly. He does know what's up. He has seen this before, so he's definitely going to be skeptical. He's like, wait a minute. I know what weird is, you know? And Dwight says, because we need to be prepared for the worst, Jenny. Prepare for the worst, but hope for the best. My friend Andy used to say that to me. Parker sighs and concedes a small smile to Tom. Parker says, your friend sounds pretty wise. What we should be asking is how we're going to find Dwight's kid brother once we've stopped this thing. I know, Andy. I love Andy. Andy was our LI in the last book, so I love Andy. We might have to impose on Astrid and Vincent again, regardless of how you feel about them. You can't deny they're more experienced. I really don't want to be that person, but how do we even know Elliot's even still alive? Because he is, Danny. He has to be. Of course he is. Elliot's like you, Dwight. He's strong. We'll find him, and he's going to be just fine. Don't worry. We'll make sure of it. Even if we gotta crack every last zombie head to do it, Tom says. And you let out a long breath you hadn't realized you'd been holding. Dwight says, thanks, you guys. I don't think I'd be able to get through all this without you. And Parker says, we might have our disagreements, but we're all family now, and family sticks together. And Danny nods, her expression smoothing into a smile. Yeah, family. A knock comes at the cabin door just moments before it opens. We're ready for you, Dwight. It's time, Vincent says. And you share a last lingering look with your friends. Their faces are solemn before you all rise and follow Vincent out on the deck. You exit the cabin, bringing up the rear as Vincent leads you and your friends towards the prow. You hear a light tinkling sound coming from the water. You peer over the railing and see something glowing in the water, bobbing gently against the hull. Is that? Come along, Dwight. We need to begin the ritual. We gotta grab that message in a bottle. I just need a second. Alright, but don't take too long. Once Vincent and the others are safely away, you grab a net and feed the pole out into the water, scooping up the bottle. You pull the cork free and upend the journal page into your hand. Unrolling the aged paper, you begin to read. Right? Like, wait, what are you doing with the bottles? Are you just tossing it back in the water or tossing it somewhere else? Dear Journal, that man from the development group is back, under different circumstances. I might be happy about that. Unfortunately, he brought friends. I've been seeing trucks in the woods for weeks. I keep sneaking out to slash their tires, but no matter how many I slash, there are always more the next day. They're persistent, I'll give them that. They're buying up all the land around here, and they still want mine. Which means that every day I see his car come down the drive. Every day I hear his footsteps on the porch, his knock on the door 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. Every day I see his smiling face through the screen, straightening his little bow tie and taking off his little hat. And every day he asks, will you reconsider selling? And every day I answer, not for sale. Until today. Today something different happened. Today I opened the door, and the question he asked me was, would you have dinner with me sometime? I was shocked he had the nerve, and even more shocked that I said yes. What the hell is wrong with me? Entry ends here. Ha! Using the bottles as future disposable weapons, like in The Last of Us? Aw, that's kinda sweet. I hope this development guy didn't turn out to be bad news. Parker says, Dwight, they really want to get this started. You hastily push the journal page back into your pocket. Okay, I'm ready. We found 6 of 9 pages. As you step back out onto the deck, you see Vincent at the prow and the society members and your friends arranged in a loose circle around him. Thank you for waiting? Vincent says, of course. We can't begin without you. Wait, me? For this ritual, we require a volunteer. As it was your brother who was so tragically taken by this monstrosity, we thought you would want the honor. Every eye is trained on you, and you look back at them with a mixture of apprehension and embarrassment. I do, absolutely. This is excellent. I knew you would. Now come forward. You walk over to stand beside Vincent at the railing, looking out at the vast expanse of mist-shrouded water. There's no need to be nervous, Dwight. We're doing a good thing here tonight. I know. I'm worried about Elliot. Astrid walks up beside her husband and places her well-manicured hand on his shoulder. On your shoulder. We know, dear, but this is how you're going to help him. Right. Are you ready to begin? You steel your resolve, ready to do whatever it takes to put an end to the ghost's reign of terror. I am, Dwight says, and Vincent says, good. Vincent reaches down into a velvet bag at his feet and pulls 2 objects from within it. A red dagger. The dagger glints in the moonlight, a rough-hewn clay bowl sitting in Vincent's other hand. You take an involuntary step backwards, only to bump against a cultist's shoulder. Hey, Eric! Welcome, welcome. What does this ritual consist of exactly? Oh, I suppose we never discussed it, did we? To complete the ritual of binding, we will require, unfortunately, some of your blood. Wait! What's it for? Vincent tests the edge of the knife with his fingernail. Well, it's difficult to explain, but in essence, we are draining your life force into the lake. What? Hands grab you on either side. And the cultists grin. Hey, get off me! Mom, Dad, what are you doing? In essence, I know, right? Tom swings out his wrench, his grip white-knuckled around the handle. They're betraying the hell out of us is what they're doing! Parker snaps out his stun baton with a sizzling crackle. Parker says, I can't believe this! We trusted you! Robed figures continue to break from the circle to him and your friends. Danny slips on her brass knuckles and puts up her fist, backing up until she's against the rail. Stay back! I mean it! I'm not messing around! You struggle against the cultists holding you and manage to wrench yourself free from one of them. You can't do this! I won't let you! If you want Dwight, you're gonna have to get through us first! Mom, please! Please stop! They're my friends! You can't! Enough! I will deal with you later. Astrid snaps 2 long fingers in the air and a bulky form lumbers around the corner. It's Craig, the bodyguard. Craig? But you're supposed to be locked up. I saw you get taken away. Astrid says, haven't you pieced it together yet? Craig, come to me. Craig obeys, and Astrid lays a hand on his face. His skin ripples beneath her fingers, folding and refolding like clay until it settles on a familiar form. Craig? It's Ned! You? His skin stretches and contorts, transforming Ned's kind features back into the hard lines of the bodyguard. I think they get the message now. Handle them! Yes, boss. The bodyguard's already large form begins to grow, his flesh sloughing off to reveal cracked earth beneath. Oh, snap! Oh, oh, shoot. Yikes! Yeah. Back to the twerking theme. Hey! You're still reeling from the thundering roar when you feel the deck planks quaking beneath your feet. And see the monster barreling straight for your friends. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Dwight shouts. Tom, Danny, and Imogen manage to dive aside, but the creature plows its full weight into Parker. No! You watch helplessly as Parker is flung into the air like a rag doll and sent careening over the railing. Dwight shouts, Parker, no! Danny hauls herself upright, shaking with rage. But it isn't the monster she's glaring at, it's Astrid. You bitch! Danny launches herself across the deck at Astrid and all hell breaks loose. Cultists close in on Imogen and Tom, both of them swinging out desperately. Please, stop! We should be on the same side, against the lake ghost! Tom's wrench catches the fingers of a cultist, and they sever right off the bone as if caught in a chainsaw. And the cultist screams, and Tom says, I told you to stay back! The cultist holding you let go and try to block Danny's path to Astrid, but her viciously swinging fists beat them back. Vince says, stop them! Dwight says, he's distracted, now's my chance. He's thinking that. And I'm going to knock him overboard. You throw yourself at Vincent, ramming your shoulder into his chest. Your bones rattle from the impact as you shove him against the railing. You little snake. Vincent raises the clay bowl in his hand and swings it at you. Crap! You're barely able to shield your face as the bowl shatters painfully against your raised forearms. Vincent presses forward, striking a blow to your stomach, sending you careening across the deck to land on your back. Oof! Ha, no, we didn't die today. We haven't died so far. You lie there, the wind knocked from you. Nearby, Danny launches blow after blow at Astrid, who nimbly dodges the attacks. Hold still! Astrid's back hits the railing and she throws a frightened look over her shoulder at the murky water below. Just as Danny pulls back a fist that is sure to hit its mark, Astrid holds up both hands. Wait! Your family! Don't you want to help them? What? Danny's fists hesitate in midair and Astrid pushes her advantage. Fight alongside us and I promise that you will have everything you need and more to get your family out of debt. Danny deliberates, emotions wearing on her face. That's what you want, isn't it? The money to help them? I can give you that. All you have to do is join us. You struggle up onto your knees and try to crawl to her, but Vincent's foot comes down hard on your back, pinning you to the deck. Danny! Danny looks at you, then over her shoulder at Imogen, and Tom's struggling against the cultist. Don't listen to her, Danny! You can't trust a single thing she says! What will happen to them if I side with you? What will you do to my friends? Right? Astrid says, their fate is in their own hands. But think of your parents. Wouldn't it be a shame if something were to happen to them because you chose the wrong side? You wouldn't! You mean you'd... Think carefully about what you decide next. Danny takes a tentative step forward, then breaks into a huge grin. You honestly think I'd betray my friends? You're not half as smart as you pretend to be. Danny resisted temptation. That's terribly disappointing, Daniela. Just then you catch sight of a hulking form coming up behind Danny. Dwight shouts, "Look! Out!" But I can't say I expected any better from the likes of you. What? And the dirt monster growls. That would be nice. The dirt creature slams a massive fist into the side of Danny's head, knocking her immediately unconscious. I think it was because of the word sucker. My auto mod is pretty hefty. Dwight says, Danny! Yeah, it is. You struggle against Vincent's hold as he hauls you up, pinning your arms behind your back. I'm sorry it had to come to this, Dwight. I truly am, but this is the only way you'll learn not to defy us. The monster lifts Danny as though she weighs nothing and pulls back his boulder-sized arm to throw her into the air. No, please don't! You struggle in Vincent's grasp, but it's no use. Get rid of her, Astrid says. Yes, boss. You watch helplessly as Danny's limp body is cast over the side of the boat. No, Danny! The loud splash of her body hitting the water reaches your ears a fraction of a second later. No, Danny! She can't be gone! Across the deck, a bloody Tom is forced to his knees, a knife in his throat. Beside him, two cultists restrain Imogen while she weeps. This can't be happening. It's over, Vance. So far I want to say just Danny. Yeah, Danny and Tom. Yeah. Stop your struggling. Sacrifice yourself willingly, and I promise no more harm will come to your friends. You wouldn't hurt Imogen. That is true, but would you be willing to risk this one's suffering? Astrid strides to Tom and yanks his head back painfully by his hair, exposing the column of his throat to the knife's blade. Tom! Don't do it, Dwight! They're lying! They'll kill us anyway! The cultist sinks the knife into Tom's flesh, enough for a tendril of blood to seep down his neck. Ugh. Vincent says, what's your decision, Dwight? Ooh, boy. Nope, they're gonna kill him anyway. Go to hell! Stubborn until the end. How disappointing, Astrid says. Astrid wrests the knife from the cultist and rams it into Tom's shoulder up to the hilt. Tom screams, and Dwight yells, "Tom!" You lose sight of Tom's bleeding form as a massive rocky arm comes down on you, dragging you to the railing at the prow. Dirt monster. You scrabble at the deck, bloodying your fingers as you try to stop yourself from being dragged to your own execution. Stop! Stop! Vincent drags the dagger over in his hand. Flips the dagger over in his hand, its unforgiving edge reflecting the cold moonlight. We're putting an end to this once and for all. Chapter 11 complete. Dr. Waffle says, "Let my man Tom catch a break. God damn." I know. Tom is tough as nails. Imogen is on edge. Parker is coping. Danny is coping. And we're tough as nails. The group score is up. We're still coping. We're hanging in there. If they have glasses, they're sad. We still have 3 of 5 locks on the box in Grandpa's house. And Chapter 11 is complete. Give me a couple of minutes, and then we'll continue on to the next chapter. All right. We're back. Before we jump back into it, we're on chapter 12 now. I think I got enough in me to pull off 2 more chapters. I think we can do it. Hopefully the dirt monster will take a dirt nap so we don't have to do that voice too much. Like, I don't know if I can do it with that. So, I asked earlier, what other Choices books are you all reading? And what do you recommend? Yes! Thank you! Haha! You definitely playing, you're really burned out. Laws of Attraction. Yeah, I did start Laws of Attraction. Yes. A very scandalous proposal. I love that book. So good. Yes, me too, Belber. Me too. You're replaying Royal Air and TNA. Also, Baby Bump and Open Heart. Nice, nice. I need to catch up on Baby Bump and Open Heart. When I had VIP, I played a few chapters, but then it expired. I need to replay that. Yeah, I want to I think I want to replay a AVSP. Oh, Big Sky Country? So underrated. I love that book. You know, I mean, I didn't grow up in Montana, but I did grow up in a small town, and that kind of like, you know, feeling that everybody knows everybody and everybody's kind of like, you know, when the town really needs to rally, they do, you know. That's a thing. That's actually like a thing. Agreed. Play Choices Podcast. All of the LI models in AVSP, A Very Scandalous Proposal, are so gorgeous. Yes, and yes. Totally agree. LOA definitely has its similarities to Open Heart, not gonna lie. Oh, really? Okay. But yeah, MA, I totally agree that Big Sky Country is a sleeper. I mean, a sleeper that you didn't expect to love. Same. I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna read this. First, I wasn't gonna read it. And just something told me, you know what? Let me look. Let me just look at this. I'll give it like a few chapters, and if I don't like it, I don't have to finish reading it. You know. But I ended up loving it. I blew through that one. Just blew through it. My LI and Big Sky Country, the first time I played, it was the main love interest. I forget his name right now. Sorry. The cowboy. And then the second time I played through it, it was Colt? Not Colt. Dallas. Sawyer, yes. Sawyer was my love interest the first time I played. Dallas was the second. Oh, Juliet is so sweet. I love Juliet. She's great. Yeah, Juliet is a great character. I also like the mayor, the gal that, you know, ended up becoming mayor and stuff. let's not you know, let's pretend I didn't spoil that. For those who wanted to read it. But yeah, I liked Asha a lot. Yeah, I liked her. Because I never read it. I might replay for him because I never read it. I'm not a huge country person, but I really ought to give it a chance like D&D. Yes, I would highly recommend it. Because I'm not a huge country person either. I'm not either. So that was kind of what I was thinking, like, oh man, I don't know if I'm really feeling this. And then when I started to play it, it's more than that. It's bigger than that. You know what I mean? Yes, flings are fun. Hee hee. Tee hee. Yes, we love Asha. And actually, all of the LIs in Big Sky Country are just so likable. You really can't go wrong choosing any of them. Really. All the characters in that book are just so great. You know, very, very underrated book. Yeah, very underrated. You romance Sawyer? Mm-hmm. Oh, Queen Bee is so messy. Oh, yes, but it's so fun. I avoided Queen Bee for a while because I was like, oh, is it going to be like, you know, more college drama like The Freshman? You know? And so I was like, oh, I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to read it. And then a group of gals that I, you know, would hang out with on Facebook in the Facebook groups was like, you have to read it. You have to read Queen Bee. You have to read it. I was like, okay, I'll do it. All right, I'll do it. You know? And then I ended up loving Queen Bee. Loving it. It is. Yeah. It's that, like, that 90210, you know, Mean Girls, 10 Things I Hate About You kind of stuff. It is. It's great. It's just the vibe. I remember I started Big Sky Country because I was watching Jane the Virgin, and they were in Montana, and I was like, oh, there's a Country Choices book. I should play that. Yeah. I can actually hear the QB theme right now, and I'm not complaining at all. Nice. Alright, our little chat breaks give me a little time to, you know, rest the voice for a second. Oh, I like getting getting into our chats because it's so fun. Speaking of getting into chats, the poll went well. Seems most folks wanted to do a Twitter group chat. We will do that. We'll say that it will be invite only. I'm going to just invite people that one want to be in it, two are people that actually like come and hang out in the streams. So that's kind of how I will be running that. And if you want in on that, you can send me a DM. My DMs are open. Or just tweet at me and let me know you want in. Cool? Because I kind of just want to keep, you know, just our little community is in that. All right. Chapter 12. Yes. Thick fog chokes the air aboard the Society's yacht, and screams echo out in the night. Dwight shouts, "Get off me!" You struggle in vain against the grip of Astrid's bodyguard, a massive creature made of dirt and stone. Shut up! The creature shoves you to your knees, and then steps back as Vincent steps forward, placing the tip of his dagger beneath your throat. I've got it from here. Across the deck, Imogen begins to hyperventilate, arms pinned to her back. She struggles against the grip of a dozen Society goons. Mom! Mom, you have to stop this! We have to go back for Parker and Danny! We have to get Tom to a hospital! That's enough, dear. Astrid's stone creature takes hold of Imogen. Nearby, Tom snarls, fighting against his own captors. Blood pools across his shirt from the knife wound in his shoulder. You like it? I tried to get as close to Cupcake's voice as I could. My voice is way different from hers, but I'm trying. I'm trying to channel her spirit. Let me go. I'm not afraid of you people. You should be. Astrid snaps her fingers. One of Tom's captors grabs him by the hair and smashes a fist into his jaw. And Tom groans, and Astrid turns your way. Vincent, this is getting tedious. Get it over with already. Yes, dear. Vincent turns to you, his smile fading. Now here's what... Excuse me. Now here's what's going to happen next. I want you to listen very carefully to the following words. In bonds of blood, this vow is sworn. I bind you now forevermore. What the hell is that? Dwight says. An incantation, which you're going to recite while I spill your blood. Recite an incantation? What will it do? Vincent laughs. Why, it'll seal away the evil and save the town, of course. And then I guess we all live happily ever after, huh? Some of us. Vincent's fingers tighten on your shoulder. Walk to the rail. And to your shock, against your will, your body does exactly what he says. Parker. Parker was, Eric. Danny and Parker got thrown over the side of the boat. So right now, the only friends on the boat are Dwight and Tom and Imogen. The other ones got flipped off the boat. What? How did you... Be quiet. Your voice chokes off in your throat. Lean forward. Hands shaking, you lean out over the water. Vincent presses his knife to your throat. His voice is a cool whisper in your ear. Very good. Now, let's begin. Ooh! Oh, goodness. This is getting intense. This is intense. So intense. Chapter 12, Riptide. At the rail of the ship, with a dagger to your throat, you struggle against a will that is not your own. Tom shouts, Dwight, what the hell are you doing? Fight back! Dad, what's going on? We're just having a chat, dear. Tell her, Dwight. Just having a chat. Vincent lowers his voice again. There's no use resisting. My connection to the power allows me to dominate the will of others, and I've gotten very good at it. Now, enough playing around. Recite the words I told you. In bonds of blood, this vow is sworn. I bind you now forevermore. Say it. The command echoes in your ears, louder and louder, filling your head with a relentless pressure to speak. We're fighting it! Fight it! Your teeth clench, your throat strains. You're stubborn. It's almost admirable, but a waste of time. Say the words. Tom shouts, Don't do it, Dwight! Fight him! Vincent's grip tightens on your shoulder. The pressure in your mind grows stronger, sharper. Fight it! You bite your tongue. The taste of blood fills your mouth. Say the words! Vincent shoves you forward over the rail, pressing the point of his knife to a place just under your ear. Dad, please! You have to stop this! Your skull pounds. The blade presses. A drop of blood rolls down your face and dangles from the tip of your nose. Ooh! Submit! You couldn't resist Vincent's control. And you can't stop yourself. The words come spilling out. In bonds of blood, this vow is sworn. I bind you now. But before you can speak the final word, a drop of your blood plunges toward the water below, and as it lands, something stirs. What is... No, that's impossible, Vincent shouts. The water bubbles and boils as the lake ghost's head slowly emerges, rising past the rail and into the air above the ship. Kill them all! What is she doing here? She shouldn't be this strong again yet, Cultist says. Astrid, what the hell? You said we'd be safe tonight. Everyone just remain calm. Screw that! We're getting out of here, right? The shaggy shape lunges up over the rail. Ragged claws seize the woman by the throat and rip her over the side. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. A bear monster growls. No! A spray of blood traces the arc of her fall as a piercing scream cuts off with a splash. Nancy! The deck lurches as dozens of monsters begin clambering up over the sides. This is nothing we haven't dealt with before. We'll all be fine as long as we... Astrid is interrupted by a blood-curdling shriek. The ghost's eyes flash and half the cultists fall to their knees, clutching their ears in agony. What the hell are you doing? What's going on? Kill them all! One by one, the affected cultists rise like marionettes. Kill them all. Oh, the hell with this! Astrid shouts. Tom says, my thoughts exactly. While Astrid is distracted, Tom quickly rolls to his feet, slamming his shoulder into her stomach. Astrid looks surprised. Imogen shouts, Mom! The stone creature releases Imogen, charging at Tom. Rah! Tom says, whoa! The boat lists to starboard as monsters stream aboard and maddened cultists attack one another. And a bear monster growls, and a cultist shouts, kill them all! Amid the chaos, you notice Vincent is distracted. No, this can't be happening! His dagger lays on the deck at your feet. Ooh, stab him, punch him. Ooh, stab him or punch him. Screw this, we're stabbing him. In one fluid motion, you grab the knife off the deck, explode to your feet, charge. Hey, Vincent? Huh? You drop this. You ram the blade into his shoulder. Ah! He staggers sideways, slamming to the deck with a wail. You stabbed Imogen's dad. Vin cushion? How's that for an incantation? You leave him screaming and bleeding on the deck as you charge into the thick of the melee, where Tom is fending off monsters and cultists alike. Give it up, kid! Tom shouts, make me! The hooded man swings a knife at Tom. He dodges the blow, but a monster comes pounding up from behind. And it's an elk monster and it growls. And Dwight shouts, Tom, look out! The creature slams into them both, goring the cultist with its antlers and ramming full force into Tom. Ah! The cultist shouts. Tom says, oof! With a crash, the elk monster drives them both through a door and into the cabin. Glasses explode as all three crash against a liquor cabinet. Tom says, ah! The monster thrashes, antlers ripping back and forth, smashing glasses and bottles off the shelf. The impaled cultist screams on top of Tom, gurgling blood and grabbing at Tom's face in a blind frenzy. At least Tom's glasses didn't explode. Yeah, right now. The cultist shouts, ah! Help me! Ah! Tom says, dude, get off! Tom pulls out his wrench and smashes the cultist across the jaw. The cultist slumps over sideways as Tom scrambles to the side, and the monster smashes head first into the shelf. Tom says, "And that's enough out of you, too!" He slams the wrench into the creature's chest. The rune on the wrench flashes, and the creature's rotting innards explode out its back, splattering the panorama windows. Dwight shouts, "Holy crap!" Heart-wrenching, Tom used his weapon. Tom looks shocked, and he says, "Wow, that was horrible." "Are you okay?" Dwight asks. "Other than having that visual scarred into my brain forever? Yeah, I'm alright. What about you?" Dwight says, "I'll live. Now come on, we have to get to the cockpit and get control of the yacht." "Right behind you." But as you turn toward the door, a massive shape shoulders into the room. The dirt monster, "No!" "Oh, come on!" Rah! The stone creature charges across the room, smashing into the liquor cabinet as you and Tom dive out of the way. Outside, you see Vincent stagger past the window. "He's heading for the cockpit! We have to get there first!" Dwight shouts. The stone creature growls, untangling itself from the smashed cabinet and slouching around to face you. Tom says, "Go! I'll hold him off!" How the hell are you gonna do that?" Dwight asks. Tom smirks and gives you a thumbs up. "I'll improvise." Tom charges the stone creature and it bashes him into a wall. "Tom!" He lifts his head, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. "What are you waiting for? I said go!" Tom hurls himself at the creature as you reluctantly flee for the door. As you emerge from the cabin, you hear screams from the far side of the boat and spot a black cloak heading up to the stairs. And it's Vincent, and he's running! And Dwight shouts, "Vincent!" and he's running after him. And you hurry after him, but another society member appears from below decks, disheveled and breathing hard. "Kill them! Kill them!" The second she spots you, she tightens her grip on a broken pair of scissors.
Brace yourself for immediate disintegration.
"Oh, hey, Crimson Pleasure, thank you for the invasion. We love a good invasion. After all, we are Martians." You came in at a really great time. So welcome and welcome and welcome. Hello, hello, hello. If you've never been to my stream before, what's up? I'm Martian Cat. The game we're playing is Choices. And the story we're reading is called It Lives Beneath. I'm gonna headcanon that the cultist said that. Hey, Crimson. Thanks for the invasion. You came in just at a very tense moment, so welcome. The cultist shouts, "Kill them all!" There we go. We just left my stream on a tense moment. Oh, well, then that works. She shrieks, stabbing the scissors toward your face. "I will dodge." "I don't have time for this." You duck the cultist's blow and whirl past her, but before you can reach the stairs, the boat lurches underfoot. Whoa! You pitch face first into the handrail as the yacht's engine roars and the ship springs forward. Your vision blurs. The world spins. Clouds of fog stream past the yacht as it bursts out of the mists. You struggle to your feet on deck as the ghost falls behind. Yeah. All around you, the battle begins to turn. The cultists. Ha! The bear monster. Rawr! Defeated monsters topple over the rails, bloated corpses crashing into the water below. Bloodied cultists groan. recovering from the ghost's influence as the society begins to regroup. The cabin window explodes outward as Tom's body crashes through it and bounces off the deck. "Tom!" Dwight shouts. You run to Tom's side. He's groaning, coughing blood as you help him to his feet. "Are you okay?" You should see the other guy." The stone creature steps out through the shattered window frame, gaze steady and body unscathed. A dozen hooded cloaks emerge from the side of the boat as the society's ranks surround you. Astrid steps forward, bloodied and annoyed. "Well, wasn't that a lovely little diversion? But now we're right back where we started, and the ending is still the same." What? Okay. Bite my ass, Norma Bates. I'm not saying those damn words. I mean, he said bite my ass, Norma Bates. I mean, like, why would you not say the rest of the crazy stuff? That is... that is just too funny. Oh my gosh. Oh man. "Oh yes you will. By the time I'm done, you'll be begging me to make it end. The only thing I'm doing is getting out of here and finding my brother. You should worry more about your friend here, because if you don't cooperate, some very bad things are going to happen to him." Yes. Yes. Oh. Yeah, I'll allow it though. "How far do you want to push me, Dwight? Should we cut his tongue out? Maybe rip off a few fingernails?" Tom says, "You can start with this one." Tom flips Astrid off and she snarls. Astrid shouts, "Grab them! This ends now." "Yeah, it does," Imogen says. Imogen shoves through the crowd, turning to stand protectively in front of you. "Imogen? Are you okay?" "No, I'm not okay. None of this is okay, and it stops right now." "You spoiled little brat! Who the hell do you think you are?" "Someone who could do this!" Imogen's eyes flash. You hear screams and flapping wings as black crows begin to circle the boat. "Don't take one more step!" The cultists shrink back uncertain, but Astrid scoffs, snatching a knife from a nearby minion and raising the blade to her palm. "Listen here, you..."
Brace yourself for immediate disintegration.
Marbanya, thank you for the invasion. We love a good invasion, after all. We are Martians. Welcome and welcome and welcome, invaders. If you've never seen my stream before, what's up? I'm Martian Cat. This game is called Choices. It's a mobile game. The story is called It Lives Beneath. And we're in the middle of a fight on the deck of a yacht. So, thank you. Marbanya. Hey, Drake, what's up? Marb or Jingo, somebody, remind us what game y'all were playing. Asher says, "Listen here, you ungrateful little witch. You're nothing without us. Do you know what gave you that power? Your family. Your blood. And that same blood can take it away." Ah, Deadlands, yes. I love Deadlands. It's fun to play. Astrid slices her palm and begins muttering an incantation, voice growing louder with every word. "By blood a bond is forged. By blood let it be broken." Imogen's eyes glow brighter, her hands clenched into tight fists. "By ancient trees, by earth and stone, by flame and shadow." The crows cry louder, circling faster, a whirlwind of black wings that rises up. And then crashes down. Nervous strong, Imogen stood up to her mother. Caw! A whirlwind of crows descends on the boat, ripping into the society. Get them off me! One of the cultists cries. Stupid birds! Dirt Monster shouts. Astrid looks panicked as she frantically swats away crows. Imogen, stop this! You will do as you are told. You are my daughter! Yes! It's Russell Crowe! Don't tell me who I am! Crows swarm Astrid. She screams as she vanishes behind a wall of black wings. Imogen turns to you, nose bleeding slightly. Okay, that ought to keep them busy for a minute. What's the plan here? Dwight says, your dad's in the cockpit. We have to get control of the ship from him. Well, I just had a dramatic showdown with one parent. Might as well make it both. You ungrateful little brat! The dance party music is back. I know, it's like, where are our glow sticks up in here? How about we'll do some lights. We'll do some lights. How about this? Party lights. Astrid lunges out of the whirlwind covered in torn cloth and red gashes. She immediately grabs Imogen with bloody hands and shoves her to the deck. Ah! All of you grab Dwight. Kill the other one, and for the love of God, someone restrain my daughter. The crows break off, cawing noisily, as hooded figures converge on Imogen, wrestling her into a pair of handcuffs. Dwight shouts, no! Dozens of angry hands forcefully restrain you. Tom cries out as Astrid stoops, grabs him by the hair, and smashes his face into the deck. Leave him alone! Astrid snatches up a bloody blade, expression cold and furious. Look at me. Both of you. Watch this very carefully. As you struggle against the hands holding you, Astrid pulls Tom's head back. His glasses hang askew as she aims the knife at his left eye. Mom! No! Please! The tip of the blade hovers an inch from his pupil. I want you to remember what happens next. I want you to remember it was your fault. Your breath catches in your throat. You lock eyes with Tom. Dwight! Ooh, I can hear the heartbeat. Oh no, we're gonna watch. You stare into Tom's eyes. Tom, listen to me. It's gonna be okay. You're interrupted by a scream. Parker shouts, you have the right to shut the hell up! Yes! Officers like Deputy Do-Right showed up! Yay! Parker vaults over the rail and drives his knee into Astrid's face. She tumbles across the deck, dagger spinning out of her hand. Parker? Hey, Dwight, one sec. Parker is tough as nails. Before the society can react, Parker snaps out his stun baton and swings on them. You and Imogen and Tom all scramble to your feet. But I thought you went into the water. I did. Someone fished me out. You run to the rail and find a smaller boat speeding alongside with familiar faces on board. Danny shouts, Dwight! Jump on! You whip back around to Parker, who's bouncing on his heels as cultists hesitate to advance. Arthur? What the hell is he doing here? Tom asks. Parker says, helping me save your butts. Now get on the boat. Go with Arthur? But he's one of them. Do you have a better idea? Hey, Pax. Nope. Tom leaps over the side. You and Imogen look at one another. You gonna be okay jumping with handcuffs? Considering the alternative, I think I'll manage. Astrid levers herself Excuse me. Astrid levels herself up off the deck. No! Stop them! But her order comes too late, and you vault over the rail toward the smaller boat below. The yacht falls away into the misty distance as your grandpa's boat skips across the waves. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised too. Dude! Parker! I owe you one, man. Like, big time. We're talking Wookiee life debt territory. Parker says, the day I get a spaceship, the co-pilot chair is all yours. Danny smiles, gripping an overhead rail. There are tears in her eyes and a gash on her head. Yeah, I want to know where she keeps the items too. Plot hole, oh yeah. I'm so glad you guys are okay. Imogen says, I'm glad you're okay too. I'd give you a hug, but... Imogen meekly holds up her handcuffed wrists. At the helm, your grandpa clears his throat. I can help with that. Your grandpa fishes in a pocket and then pulls out a ring of keys. Here, one of these should work. He tosses them to Parker, who begins trying them out one by one. Oh, bad jokes? Okay, give me a second. What's with these things? Why do they feel so weird? It's cold stuff. They're cursed. Makes it hard to think and suppresses your connection to the power. I wish they mentioned her skeleton key here. It would have been nice. Yes, after a tense fight, we do need a bad joke. So let me take a look. Let us take a look here before I read Imogen's stuff. All right. Let's see what we got. You know what? And because we're on Imogen, I'll read it in Imogen's voice. What do you get if you cross a werewolf and a hyena? I don't know, but I'll join in if it laughs. Oh, man. I'm sorry. Oh, my God. Oh, man. I had to do it. I don't know. It just sounded funny. I was sitting there thinking, like, you know what? I got to do it in Imogen's voice because it just sounds hysterical. I think that's our clip for the evening. let me tag the time stamp on that one. That one. Oh man, that was funny. All right. Got it. Nope. Okay. Imogen says, well, hurry up and get them off. They make my head hurt. Parker unlocks the handcuffs and Imogen massages her wrists. Ah, so much better. Now chuck those awful things over the side. I don't know. Maybe we should hang on to them. Cuffs that suppress spooky cult powers could come in handy. Oh, you could just send it to me, Belber. Just whisper it if you had it. Did you just... Was that a pun? Yes, it was. Parker looks your way, holding up the handcuffs. What do you think, Dwight? Tell Parker to keep the rune cuffs. They'll be useful in the battles to come, plus you'll gain a symbol for the mysterious case. Well, heck yeah! Keep them. We may need to use them before long. Right on. Oh yeah, please. Please do. Thank you. We have 4 of the 5 locks unlocked on the case in the house. Parker slots the cuffs into his belt and pats them for safekeeping. You make your way to the front of the boat. Arthur. Hey kid, sorry I'm late. Breaking out of prison is tricky when you got bad knees. Arthur. Do you know where Elliot is? He's not with you? No, he's not. Monsters attacked us at the festival and that thing, she dragged him off. His hands tighten around the wheel. Damn her! Guys? Tom shouts. You follow his gaze across the water toward a tendril of fog that's shooting toward you, and at its head... Kill them all! The lake ghost arcs over the surface of the water like a bullet, headed straight for the boat. Dwight shouts, "Look out!" Josephine, no! Your grandpa swerves, but it's too late. The boat rocks hard as the ghost slams it to the side. And Dwight screams, and with a shriek you topple over the side and into the water. You split the surface and drop like a rock, tumbling away from the light. Your eyes sting, water fills your nostrils. As you come to your senses, your gaze settles on something moving toward you fast. Kill them all! Your scream bubbles. Swim up! You swim for the surface as hard as you can, but the ghost gives chase. Your muscles burn, your chest aches, you glance over your shoulder, and the ghost is gone. You're thinking, where did it go? And then you turn back, around. Kill! Inches apart, you and the ghost lock eyes, and something passes between you, just like before, a flicker of recognition. And it's looking at you, and you're looking at it. And the ghost drifts away silently, leaving you alone in the dark. Your vision blurs, your lungs give out. The last thing you see before you black out is a body bursting through the surface. You wake up in a dark bedroom. It feels strangely familiar. Where? What's going on? In a nearby chair, Danny lifts her head. Dwight, you're awake! She rushes to your bedside. What? What happened? Parker pulled you out of the water. We thought you were... She shudders, unable to finish the sentence. Where are we? The cult was all over your grandpa's house, and Kelly's got the cops out on the hunt, so we came to the last place they'd think to look. Ned's house? Danny sits down on the edge of the bed. She looks exhausted. Danny, where's everyone else? Your grandpa's out keeping watch. Everyone else is resting. At least, as far as I know. Honestly, I've been kind of avoiding them. What? Why? Danny hugs her knees to her chest. Because on that boat tonight, Astrid asked me to betray you all. By threatening your family. Yeah, but it wasn't the threat that got to me. It was the offer to help. It was the money. Well, so what? You said no. Yeah, but Dwight, I really thought about it. Danny blinks back tears as she rises and heads for the door. I'll go tell the others that you're up. Danny, wait. She pauses at the doorway, refusing to meet your eyes. You want to talk things through with Danny? It'll help boost her nerve and yours. Sure, why not? Let's talk. Let's talk, Danny. Come back. Talk to me. Danny sighs and turns around, but doesn't move from the door. What is there to talk about? Someone tried to tempt me into standing by and letting others get hurt. For money! And it almost worked! I should say, you made the right choice in the end. So you hesitated for a second. Who cares? Anyone would have. But you did the right thing in the end, and that's all that matters. But nothing. As far as I'm concerned, nothing happened. Danny relaxes slightly, taking a few steps back into the room. You're right. Money's not nothing, you know. It's something I think about a lot. It's exhausting. I feel like I have to scratch and claw just to exist. Oh, facts. Wow. Can we talk about life for a second? I mean. And with my mom and dad's issues on top of that. Suddenly, Danny jolts. Oh God, my parents! What if the society goes after them now? She pulls her phone from her pocket and mashes the power button. Damn it! My phone is broken, of course. Nothing's ever easy. She lifts her gaze to the ceiling, taking shaky, frustrated breaths. Danny, don't worry. Your parents will be okay. But how do you know that? Because we're going to stop them. She nods, calming down. And Danny is now tough as nails. Okay, yeah, you're right. Danny comes to the foot of the bed. That reminds me, how are you holding up? I mean, your brother's still being missing. Elliot, he's alive, I know it. And if I had to bet, he's probably already escaped by now too. He doesn't always remember it, but Elliot's a tough little punk. When we find him, the first thing he'll do is sass me for taking so long. Wow, can you bottle your confidence and sell it? I'd like about a gallon. I just wished he would text me. You pull your phone from a damp pocket and press the power button, but it doesn't respond. Dead, of course. You rub your face in anxious frustration. When you open your eyes, Danny is sitting on the edge of the bed. Hey, we're gonna find him, okay? Thanks. I hope so. Danny places a comforting hand on your arm and then glances toward the door. I should probably go let everyone know you're awake. You place your hand on top of Danny's and gently squeeze, and she squeezes back, and you share a quiet smile. Imagine they actually had waterproof phones. Yeah. And Danny smiles at you, and you smile at Danny. And after a few moments, Danny's hands slide out of yours, and she rises and heads out the room. A few minutes later, the door opens again, and your friends all enter. Parker says, "Hey, how are you feeling?" Imogen says, "Probably like someone tried to kill him." "I can relate," Tom says. "You guys, I'm glad you're all okay." I don't feel okay. Yeah, that makes two of us. As a matter of fact, quick show of hands, who here feels okay? No one raises their hands. Yep, seems about right. Come on, guys, don't be like that. Things could be worse, Parker says. Tom frowns, suddenly annoyed. Really, dude? Could they? Let's check the math here. Tom ticks things off on his fingers. We got a missing kid. We spent all night running and fighting for our lives from a bunch of monsters and crazy cultists. And let's not forget, my parents tried to kill us. And you stood up to them. And it was still barely enough to escape alive. Not to mention, we've been slashed, stabbed, kicked, hexed, ghosted, smashed into just about every part of a boat that exists. And we're still here. Barely. I'll take barely alive over completely dead any day, Dwight says. Parker says, look, I know everyone's upset, but let's just calm down. We can't be at each other's throats right now. Parker's right. We need to keep it together. A tense silence fills the room. Let's just all take a deep breath and talk about what comes next, huh? Imogen, Danny, Tom, what do you say? Parker places a hand on Tom's shoulder. You're right. Tom breathes a long, slow sigh and bows his head. I'm sorry, I'm just... I know. It's okay. Parker pulls Tom into a hug. Wow, dude, you give good hugs. I don't suppose you'd have room for one more. Or two. Or three. Nope, no vacancies. Sorry, no vacancies, of course. You can all have hugs. Get over here. I'm glad, Eric. You all come together in a hug and then step apart. Everyone still looks worn down, but you see fragile smiles on faces. Parker says, okay, so what's our next step here? I have to talk to my grandpa. The cult wanted my blood, and we still have no idea why. When I was in the water, the ghost, it seemed like it recognized me. Weird, Danny says. Tom says, maybe you guys went to school together? You shake your head. I think my grandpa knows why all this is happening, so before we do anything, it's time I got some straight answers. The power of hugs. Yes, indeed, Eric. As if on cue, you hear a door open somewhere downstairs. Parker says, that'll be Arthur. I'll send him up and go take over on watch. Tom says, I'm going to go see what I can scrounge up in the kitchen. If we don't get some kind of food, we're not saving anybody. I'm going to see if there are any band-aids or something hiding somewhere. Does anyone have a phone charger? Hugs can kill bugs. I don't, but I'm sure there's one tucked away somewhere. I'll see what I can find. Imogen holds up a hand and you chuck her your phone. I know, right, Dr. Waffles? Thanks, everyone. Your friends leave you alone once more. Staring out the window, you're filled with determination. We're gonna make it through this. A glint of moonlight catches your eye. On the windowsill, behind the billowing curtain, a silhouette dissolves into form. It's a message in the bottle! One of those old journal pages. What the hell are these? You begin to reach for the bottle. We're taking it because I have to know what it says. You reach for the bottle, unfurl the message inside, and begin to read. Number 7. Dear Journal. I've been pacing all day. Everything is happening so fast. I can't stop thinking about that night at the waterfall. His kiss on my neck. I keep telling myself it's just infatuation between us. Just a stupid, amazing crush, but Damn it, I'm falling for him. There, it's down on paper now, the awful truth. But I can't fall for him. He works for the development group that wants to rip this forest apart, and I can't let that happen. The river that runs through my land and the power within it have to be protected from these people. But they also need to protect it from it. The power won't just let them do as they please. I could already feel it starting to get restless, agitated. Hell, it almost killed a man just for raising his voice at me. How will it react when they finally start up those bulldozers and start cutting down trees? Building their town? Raising a dam? Where does it stop? How does it end? Who gets hurt before this is over? I keep circling back to a very dumb idea. What if I just told him the truth? Cora made me promise I wouldn't tell anyone about the power, but could I make him understand? Could he make them understand? And if so, what happens then? MA says, if you're reading this message, we need help in Westchester. It's spooky here. Please bring garlic and holy water. Beep. Wait a second. Are these journals about your grandpa, maybe? You hear the soft click of a door opening, and as you lower the page, your grandpa enters.
Hey, Dwight.
Hey. You regard your grandpa carefully as he shuffles into the room.
You gave me a real fright back there. I'm glad you're okay.
Thank you, but I don't need sympathy right now. I need answers. Your grandpa gives a small nod, eyes downcast. Before I can even start to consider trusting you again, I have some questions I need answers to.
I understand.
You take a deep breath and look him in the eyes. Did you know Astrid was planning to kill me?
No! Even they weren't planning that when you first came to Pine Springs. Honestly, I think they hoped that having my grandkids close would help keep me on a leash after your mother's death.
Powerbound? I like it. So what changed?
That night by the water, when Astrid found you, she saw how the ghost reacted to you and Elliot.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're still alive. You have a connection with...
He looks away.
With that thing in the lake.
Astrid and the others thought,
they could use that connection to get what they wanted.
I thought it was, I thought Dwight was about to talk. Arthur turns back to you with a twinkle of pride in his eye.
Guess you showed them.
Did you murder Ned Mallory? He stands a little taller and looks you in the eye.
Richard killed him, but yes, I was there.
Why? Why would you go along with him murdering a man?
The same reason I've done anything they've asked me for the past 50 years. I had no choice.
Oh my god, Arthur's a bicon. Bisexuality runs in the family. That's entirely possible.
Dwight, the only reason the society didn't kill your mother years ago, the only reason you exist, is because they thought I was one of them.
And you're not?
No, I hate these people with every bone in my body. I would have burned them down years ago if not for your mother. They've been watching me like a hawk the past few weeks. If I stepped out of line...
They'd kill me and Elliot? He nods sadly.
That's why I was here the night they killed Ned. I didn't have a choice.
Dr. Waffles.
But then you showed up here, and again at the meeting, and everything went to hell.
Did you kill my parents?
No! I don't know which of the bastards it was, but I had nothing to do with it.
Did you know it was going to happen?
Hell no, believe me. When I heard it came this close to throttling Astrid myself, the only reason I didn't was, well, I was afraid they hurt you and Elliot.
But why did the society kill my parents in the first place? Arthur breathes a long, weary sigh.
A long time ago, before you were born, I sent your mother away from Pine Springs for her own safety. I told her to be quiet about things she knew, or it would cost her her life, as she did for a long time. But then the drowning started picking up again, and well, I guess she couldn't take it anymore. Your mother was planning to go public, so they stopped her. The rest was just collateral damage.
Then why did you confess?
Vincent could be persuasive.
Yeah, I think I have an idea what you mean. Arthur sits down on the edge of the bed, massaging his lower back.
I hope that clears things up, and I hope you know you can trust me now. I only have you and Elliot's well-being at heart.
Before I decide that, I have one more question. When I went into the water, you shouted a name, Josephine. Why? At the sound of that name, your grandpa flinches. When he looks at you again, his eyes are full of pain.
Esther told you the ghost in the lake was someone who wanted to exploit the power. That they all stopped her. But the truth is exactly the opposite. It's the society that wants to exploit the power. Josephine, she was its keeper. And my wife.
Wait a minute, are you saying... He nods.
That's why the society wants your blood. Because the lake ghost, Josephine, she's your grandmother.
I knew it! I knew it! Chapter 12 is complete. Tough as nails, Tom. Imogen is still on edge. Parker's tough as nails. Danny's tough as nails. We gotta help Imogen. She's in a bad way. And we are only down 1.99 of 100 tough as nails. Our group is tough as nails. Yes! Yeah, we gotta help Imogen out. 4 of 5 locks. And chapter 12 is complete. Okay. Alright. Now, I noticed when there was a moment that the ghost had with Dwight during the festival attacks, and that kind of, I figured it out then. At least Imogen passed her nerve test. Yes, she did. Wait, you read my Imogen joke, right? Just to be sure. Wait, where's it at? So I just remembered this girl in this horror movie I watched a long time ago. She wore blue, has white glasses, wears bright gold jewelry, and has tan skin and big curly hair. That part? Ah! I see it. I guess you could say I had a very vivid image in mind. Oh, I love it. That was great. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. That was a good one. Yes. That was good. I like that one. Alright, let me see where we're at. Even a memento, por favor. Alright, I think I'll go ahead and push through this last chapter, and then next week we'll do the last 4. I think I can manage it. We can do this. We can do this! It is so corny and I love it. Yes, that was funny. I like it. You should post that one up on Twitter. I'll retweet it. And thanks for the link to the clip. I'll make sure to download that, and I will tag you for sending it to me. Thank you. Yeah, that was a good joke. That was a good one. Alright. I don't even think I need a break, so let's get this show on the road. Yes, if there are, parts of the stream you liked, or clips, or anything like that, or if there's something that you want me to clip to put up for later that you think other folks would like, feel free to tweet me, or just, make the clips. I'll post them, and I'll make sure to tag you. Alright, let's do this. Hell or high water. Long-buried secrets explode to the surface, setting off a desperate rescue mission. Here we go. In the dark of night, the police scour Pine Springs, while you and your friends hide out in the empty home of the late Ned Mallory. Inside, you hurry down a flight of stairs with your grandpa in tow.
Dwight, where do you think you're going? You can't run away from this.
I'm not. We're going downstairs. If what you just told me is true, then everyone needs to hear it. You stride down the stairs and into the living room. As you enter, Tom looks up from his seat by the door. Tom says, "Hey, I found some food in the kitchen. Do you want stale Pop-Tarts or stale saltine crackers?" I'm good," Dwight says. "Where's everyone else?" Parker steps out from behind a curtain. "Right here, keeping a lookout. I saw a cop car go by twice, but I think we're okay for now. By the way, we found a phone charger. It took the liberty of plugging yours in." Parker points to where your phone sits plugged in on the floor. "Parker, great work." Parker says, "I wouldn't get too excited. Your phone was pretty water damaged. Honestly, I'm not totally sure it'll still work. We should know either way in a few minutes." Yeah, I'm kind of surprised too, Eric. I would think that's like one of the first places that they would look, or they would, they would come in at least, Oh, dang. I didn't do that. Okay, I'll deal with that later. You set it down with a sigh, standing back up as Danny and Imogen enter. "Right now, you guys all need to hear something. Grandpa, come here." The floor creaks as your grandpa shuffles awkwardly into the room.
"Oh, hey kids."
"Tell all of them what you just told me." Everyone watches Arthur as he takes a deep breath and sighs.
"That thing in the lake, you should all know. She was a person once, my wife."
Danny says, "Dude! You're kidding me!" Tom says, "Hang on. Wait, Dwight, are you telling me that thing that killed Kyle is your grandma?" Parker says, "Yeah, I'm gonna need some more details." Arthur moves into the room and sits down against the wall with a grunt. He looks deeply tired.
Her name was Josephine, and 50 years ago, before Pine Springs ever existed, she lived alone in a house by the river."
That was what I figured out. It was the journal entry that he found talking about the man with the bow tie and stuff. I was thinking it was Grandpa. That's how I figured it out. the ghost was his wife. Pretty sure. I knew it was about him, so. And then when she regarded him like, oh, I know who that is. Yeah, that was kind of like, oh, shoot. And then there was a point when she, like, didn't really hurt Elliot. So it's like, okay, it has to be related somehow. I wasn't sure if it was actually, like, his mom. My husband is having a sneezing fit back there. Are you okay? I was like, dang. He just, like, sneezed his face off back there. Like, dang. So I figured it had to do with the grandpa, but I wasn't sure. You know, I wasn't 100% until he showed up with the boat and stuff. It's like, okay, wait a minute, what? You know, I got it. So yeah, I kind of figured something out. I knew it was family. I just wasn't sure exactly who. Anyway.
Josephine was a loner. Most folks didn't like her, and she wasn't too crazy about them. Maybe because she was sensitive.
Tom says, I take it you don't mean emotionally.
No. I mean, she could feel things. Things other people can't.
Oh, you were wondering what that noise was? Yeah, it's my husband. The message bottles.
What?
When we first came to Pine Springs, I found a journal page written by someone who lived in these woods. Someone who could sense things.
That must have been Josephine, but how?
I don't know. It just came to me, literally, like in a bottle.
Where?
Your living room, actually? And I thought maybe you left it at first, but more have shown up since then in places that make no sense. And Danny says, and you're just now telling us? I didn't know who they were from, or what they were about, or whether they were even true. Does this mean Josephine's been leaving them for you to find? Tom says, you mean in between trying to murder all of us? What if some part of her is still in there, like Noah? What if this is her trying to reach out? Your grandpa runs a hand through his hair, looking troubled. Danny says, so hang on. There's something I don't understand. So, when you say Josephine was sensitive to things, what exactly are we talking about here? Ghosts? The Force? Yeah, and her little DIYs. Josephine called it the power. She described it like some kind of presence that lived in the land. Well, that sounds terrifying, Danny says. And Dwight says her writing didn't make it sound evil. It seemed more like a force of nature. I mean, that's what it felt like to me. So Dwight's grandma was some kind of psychic? No, more like a student. She discovered the power here because it almost drowned a man. Your grandpa nods.
She blamed herself for that. Thought it was her fault, that she made it happen somehow. That's why she started looking into the power in the first place. She wanted to know more about it, how she was connected to it and why.
What did she do? She went to Westchester and met someone else like her, another woman who could talk to the power. I think her name was Cora. Tom says, no way! Your grandma knew Pritch the Witch? Who? Parker asks. Long story, Tom says. Danny says, so what happened then? Josephine learned everything she could about the power, Dwight said. How to use it, but also what would happen if you abused it, what you'd become. After that, she came back here and became the power's protector. Your grandpa nods.
She called herself its keeper, but she had to her work cut out for her there.
Tom says, meaning? There were people who wanted her land. They bought up the woods all around here, and they kept harassing her to sell. Yeah, Cora Pritchard, I liked her. And Grandpa is silent. And Dwight says, Josephine tried to warn them. Then she tried to scare them away, but they were too stubborn or stupid to listen. And then she fell in love with one of them. Wait a minute, that would mean... Your grandpa nods.
Yeah, I was one of their employees. It's how Josephine and I first met.
What part of the apple does Pritchard always throw out? The core, I like it. That was good.
As for its owners, they were the same people who went on to build Pine Springs and become the founding members of the society. Abe, Astrid, and Vincent.
Parker says, wait, what? That's no way, that's impossible. Imogen says, my parents? But you said this happened 50 years ago. That would mean they were...
My age. Yeah, it would.
Parker grips the curtain to steady himself. Imogen falls slowly into a seat on the floor, mouth agape. Parker gotta stop trusting this man. I know! Parker is so trusting.
Grandpa says, they weren't always like they are now. Murderers. Back then they were just greedy. Couple of kids who wanted to build something. But they didn't understand the risk. What they were meddling with. Josephine, she tried to stop them. I was the one who convinced her not to. To work with them, to give it a chance. But they betrayed us both. Took our daughter hostage. Forced me to stand aside as they tortured Josie.
For what?
Information about the power, about how to use it. They took Josephine's most powerful rituals and they twisted them.
His words came through clenched teeth, or come out through clenched teeth.
And they got away with it. They dammed the river, built their sunny little town by the lake, and staked Josephine to the bottom.
Wow. Play Choices Podcast says, imagine founding a town and thinking, I'm going to start a cult now. I know, right? Danny says, but why would they do that? Grandpa says,
to make her their conduit to the power. As much of it as they wanted, with none of the cost. At least, not for them.
You hear a soft gasp from Imogen. Yeah, the logo? What about the logo? The one that's on their robes? That ritual I did on the boat? The marlin spike? Yes. I think so.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, isn't that? That's jacked up big time. Arthur thumps a hand to his chest in a stabbing motion. Imogen covers her mouth in quiet horror.
Every member of the society has done that ritual, and every one of them has a spike inside Josephine. That's how it works. That's where they get their power, by killing her over and over and over again.
That's awful. But why kill Kyle? What did Josephine have against him, or any of the other people she's drowned? Tom says, oh geez, don't tell me they were all a bunch of freaky immortal cultists. Imogen says, Kyle was not one of them. Was he? Arthur shakes his head.
No, those were just innocent people caught in the crossfire. Josephine is slipping, losing herself to pain and hate.
Tom says, so what happens when there's none of her left to lose? Game over for the cult, Danny says. Parker says, and everyone else at Pine Springs. Imogen stands, brow knit with determination. Imogen is coping. Yes, Imogen is coping. Okay, we have to keep her up. We have to keep her points up. We have to help her. Imogen's right, Dwight says. Okay, but what about... Tom stops mid-sentence as a chirp sound from across the room. A chirp sounds from across the room. My phone! You scramble toward the floor, snatch it off the towards your phone, snatch it off the floor, and frantically swipe to unlock the screen. 6 missed calls, 17 missed messages. Oh, God! Yeah, Imogen is coping. We gotta keep her points up. Elliot texts, Dwight, help me! I'm somewhere underground, it's super dark, and I don't know how I got here, and WTF is happening? I think I'm in the sewers. There's tunnels and water and a bunch of old machines. Are you getting these? I just tried to call you 6 times. Where the... are you? I'm trying to find a way out, but there's no light, and my phone's almost dead, and my leg is cut really bad. Will you answer your ducking phone? Damn you! Autocorrect! It's always ducking when that's not what you want. Star ducking. OMG, forget it! Pick up! Wait, I think I hear someone. I'm gonna try and get to them. I hear a lot of people. Did they do a search party? I think I'm getting closer to you. If you're getting these, yell out. I just yelled out to you. Did you hear it? Not a search party. Help! No, 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 Dwight says. I'll text back. Because calling him might, you know. Elliot, I'm so sorry. My phone was dead and crazy people were trying to kill me. Do not go with anyone. Do not trust anyone. Find somewhere to hide if you can. We're coming to get you. Are you getting these? Like, wait, are you getting these? No, are you getting these? Your heart is in your throat as you wait and wait. Crazy people were trying to kill me is the best summary. Yes, indeed. Facts. He's not replying. We have to go. We have to go right now. We need a plan first. We have no idea how to find him. He said he was somewhere dark with running water and machines and... Arthur stands up.
I know where he is. The old spillway tunnels. Are you saying?
Arthur nods gravely.
Elliot is under the dam.
Yeah, kind of figured. Everybody, thanks for like all the retweets and stuff tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And just for hanging out and supporting and lurking and all that. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Alright, we continue. Chapter 13. Hell or High Water. Streetlights buzz as you follow Arthur across town, ducking patrol cars on every block. Tom says, dude, wait up, dang. You move fast for an old man.
I'll move my foot up your rear if you don't hustle.
Daddy says, where are we going? Grandpa presses against the corner of a building, pausing to speak when he scans up and down the street for police.
Deep inside the dam, there's kind of a viewing chamber. Big metal hatch. The society uses it to check up on Josephine's remains.
Not sure which you like better, Imogen or Grandpa's voice. Both. Why not both?
The spillway tunnels that lead to it are where Elliot is. We'll pick him up on the way.
How did Josephine bring him there anyway? I thought she wasn't supposed to be able to leave the lake.
No, she's not.
Grandpa signals you all to follow and starts across the street. Daddy says, okay, so how do you plan to get there? It's not like we could just walk in. The town's crawling with cops. Speaking of which, a pair of blue and red lights come blazing down the street. Hide. You dive behind a mailbox. As the cop car rolls past, Tom shoots you a thumbs up from a hydrant across the street. Nice moves. Thanks. You struggle to catch your breath behind the mailbox as you wait for the cop car to pass out of sight. In the corner of your eye, a glint of light catches your attention. You turn and spot something under the guardrail. It's a message! In a bottle. Seriously? Now? The bottle is rolling toward the edge of the sidewalk. You move fast and you grab it. We need to have a talk about your timing, Josephine. See, Dr. Wolf says they like Grandpa and Josephine's. Those cops are pretty bad. Yeah, they didn't notice a guy sitting behind the fire hydrant. I'm pretty sure the fire hydrants aren't that big. You lunge, grabbing the bottle, and dart back behind the mailbox. Now, behind the mailbox, I could see that, but the hydrant, I don't know. It's kind of funny though. But if they were driving really fast, they might not have noticed. Just like real life. The cop car passes away down the street. Sighing with relief, you jam the bottle in your pocket and hurry across the street to join the others. That was close, Tom says. What the hell is going on? Is every cop in this town a cultist? Parker says, no, they're just following Kelly's orders. Denny says, I knew we should have kicked his ass when we had the chance. Parker says, he's not the one at fault here. He's just trying to contain a very complicated situation to keep everyone safe. Denny says, dude, did you literally miss the boat? The guys in hoods are bad again. Parker says, Abe Kelly is a good man. He's been like a father to me. Parker, they tried to kill us, which means Kelly was either in on it or he's hopelessly incompetent. Pick one. Parker fumes but remains silent as you all continue on. Dwight says, okay, but seriously, what's the plan here? How are we going to get into the dam?
There's a secret entrance to the spillway tunnels. That's where we're headed.
Yeah, but where?
I'll give you one guess.
Back at the house? Oh, at the mansion. Ah. Outside Richard Sutcliffe's mansion, you all take cover in the bushes. The house is dark and silent, or so it seems from the outside. Oh no! Oh no! Oh. I just thought about Robbie. We let Robbie go with the sheriff. Oh, crap. Haha, no. No. No, the main character was the MC was Cat, and then we left the cat with its base name. Yeah, we didn't change it. Parker annoys the living hell out of me, Dr. Waffle says. Eric says, Parker is such a sheep. Yeah, I'm starting to regret him being the LI now. At least Tom knows what's up. But I'm worried about Robbie now because we sent Robbie with the sheriff and yeah, not good. Not good. I know. Sorry, Robbie, our bad. I know. I shouldn't have trusted him. I shouldn't have trusted him. I should have trusted my instincts. Oh well. Tom's a true patty, not gonna lie. I love the name Cattywampus. Yeah, I didn't choose that one. I don't remember what name I chose, but it wasn't that one. Because I think that was the one Ava wanted. I was like, nah, we're not doing that. Tom says, hi, I'd like to go on the record saying. You named the bird baby bitch after a solid 2 minutes of trying to think of something. Yes, Ava is awesome. We love Ava. Tom says, hi, I'd like to go on the record saying I have an extremely bad feeling about this. Yeah, I like Danny. I like Danny too. Ava is so hot. I love her. Yes. Danny says seconded. Thirded. Fourth. But we don't have a choice.
Damn, there's no telling how many of those punks might be in there.
You romanced everyone but Parker? Wasn't Philip Parker, huh? I love Tom. He's such a precious little baby. While the others debate the best course of action, you pull the message bottle from your pocket and unfurl the page inside. 8. Dear Journal, Arthur stayed over a few nights ago, and despite himself, I told him everything. I didn't mean to. It just happened. One minute we were talking about taking a camping trip, and the next I was blurting out everything I know about the river and the power within it. He thought I was pulling his leg at first, so I took him to the ruins near Westchester. I made him walk up and look in the window. Needless to say, he believed me after that. In fact, he was so worked up, he wanted to call the paper, but I told him what could happen if word got out about this place. I made a promise to keep it a secret, and he agreed. The next day, he confronted the development group. I could only imagine what dramatic speech he made them. Hey, Astarzy, how you doing? But whatever he said got through. They're pulling back the trucks, slowing down construction, and redrawing their plans to better protect the river. And I've got plans of my own. A right, Cora showed me, for bonding with the power in order to better protect it. But I'm adding a new element with the Marlin Spike. A safeguard to ensure that I won't ever become like that thing in the ruins. Or hurt the ones I love. Yeah, I don't know. It's different for me. I mean, yeah. I kind of, go with the LIs that kind of reflect my, not kind of, that reflect my life. My husband's white, so I usually end up with the white LIs. But I mix it up. It depends on who, how they look. Especially if you can customize them, I switch it up, you know. I have a friend from Brazil, and I told her I was romancing Bryce, and she was like, "Really? The white man? Like, girl, he's your LI too." Oh my gosh. And I would say no. I mean, I wouldn't think that Bryce was. I mean, he's Hawaiian. Yeah? He's a Pacific Islander. Oh, Raphael. Okay, okay. I'm gonna say no. There, I would say if you're a native Hawaii of native Hawaiian descent, you would be a Pacific Islander. He's Polynesian, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Headcanon time. As you quietly lower the page from your eyes, your grandpa notices it. Okay, so they did notice the letters now. Grandpa says, "What's that?" His dad is Uppercut Jones because his sprite says Polynesian in the file name. Oh, that would be cool. I love Uppercut Jones though. From the Heist Monaco, great character. That's my guy. I love some Uppercut Jones. I don't romance anyone in open heart. Ethan annoys me so much, and the characters I wanted were not allies. Yeah, you know what? You're not. You're definitely not the only person who feels that way. I wasn't gonna argue with them because it's honestly not my place. I hear you. I need to do more playthroughs of THM. That book is so replayable. Yes, it is. Actually, I am. I'm in between, like, chapters and stuff. I'll replay. I'm actually replaying the Heist Monaco. But I'm picking the opposite team members. So, like, instead of Uppercut Jones, I'm picking somebody else to be the muscle. So all my choices are opposite this time, just to see, what the differences are.
What's that?
Another one of Josephine's journals. I found it on the way over here.
Can I see it?
You start to hand it over, but the wind suddenly howls up, ripping the page out of your hands and out into the night. Your grandpa looks shaken. Crap, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. Just an accident.
Tom clears his throat and then gestures toward the house. Hey, Dwight. Sorry to interrupt, but this is kind of your show. What do you want to do here? I believe this is. Yeah, this is the first page he's lost. Ooh, scout ahead or lay low and watch. I'm not sure really anybody's here. I'm going to go with scout ahead. Daddy says, not it. Parker shoulders angrily forward. I'll go. Parker, wait, Dwight says. Before you can stop him, Parker storms across the courtyard. Tom says, what's his problem? Daddy says, I think he's all wound up about Kelly. That might be partially my fault. Should, one of us go with him? Want to go after Parker and watch his back? Talking about what's bothering him will help boost his nerve and yours. We've talked to everyone else. So, let's go. Before anyone else can object, you hurry across the patio and join Parker, crouched behind a pillar. Whew. I'm starting to get a headache. 1 second. Alright. When I replay this book or the Heist Monaco? Dwight, what are you doing? Parker asks. This book? Just choose everyone in THM. Correct. That would be the correct answer, Bill. This book, I would say Tom. Tom and Danny. Or maybe Imogen and Danny. Yeah. Imogen and Danny. Dwight says, coming with you. Which I would have explained if you hadn't run off alone like an idiot. Parker says, I can handle this. Then 2 of us should be able to handle it even better. Before Parker has time to eject, You hurry toward the house, Parker sighs, following. Yeah, exactly. I'm with you on that one, Bill. I like options. On the second floor, you pull yourself in through a window and drop to the floor. Parker climbs in behind you. Oh, Sonia. I like Sonia. Okay, Solid Snake, we're in. Now what's the plan? We get in a cardboard box. Parker lifts a hand to his lips and nods toward the door. You make your way out into the hall. The silence is deafening. This is a lot quieter than I was expecting. Are we alone in here? Parker picks up a statuette as he creeps down the hall. I doubt it. Let's check these rooms. Look in. Door number 1. You peek into a dark, moody lounge. See anything? Just a tacky painting. You duck back out into the hall. Look in door number 2. You take a few steps into a game room. Ugh, it smells like crappy cigars in here. Parker pokes his head in from the hall. What's in there? Just a bunch of old arcade games. I think this must be Richard's man cave or something. Parker shakes his head and moves on. You follow him back out. Door number 3. Parker ducks into a bathroom. You hover near the door. Anybody in there? He shakes his head, and then his eyes lock on the shower. You slip in, positioning on the opposite side of the stall. Parker says 1, 2, 3! Parker rips the shower curtain open, and the stall is empty. Well, that's a relief. Parker frowns and heads back into the hall. I mean, not that they wouldn't have heard them counting outside the outside the curtain. You know. Past empty halls and silent staircases, you soon find your way into the main parlor. Parker leans out over the rail, exasperated. Seriously? Where is everyone? I was expecting a little resistance. Or at least one guy asleep on guard duty. Parker says, this doesn't make any sense. Parker bangs the rail with his fist. It reverberates throughout the house. Dude, calm down. Dwight looks a little sad. He's like, I'm sorry, I don't understand any of this. I feel like we're always 2 steps behind and it's my fault. Dwight says, how is this your fault? Yes it is. Parker says, because it's my job to solve crimes and protect people. But apparently, I'm as dumb as a bag of rocks. Yeah, but it is. It is. Parker. Good thing you're handsome. Parker scoffs and rolls his eyes. Great. I'll be sure to flash to society my winning smile before they kill us. Neat. Maybe they'll hesitate long enough for the rest of us to get away. You elbow him. Hey, is this about Kelly? Parker looks away. I shouldn't have snapped at everyone like that. Especially considering they're right. I don't know how to deal with all this. The guy who taught me to be a cop is some kind of, what, ageless warlock? Jeez, when you put it like that. Parker paces away from the rail, hands on his head. How can any of this possibly turn out okay? What are we going to put them on trial? What are we going to put them on trial? There we go, sorry. Call the ACLU in? Maybe get the Ghostbusters to testify? Parker, we'll figure it out. I don't know how, but we'll figure it out together. Parker whips toward you, expression frantic. But what if that's not good enough? What if in the end all this doesn't get fixed? What if everything just falls apart? What if one of us dies tonight? Or all of us? What if they just get away with it? Interrupt him. You grab him by the shoulder, startling him. Parker, chill! But I don't know the answer to all this. I'm not a psychic. Would it really help if I said, yeah, you're right, we're screwed? No. Would it make you feel better if I said, I'm freaking out as much as you are? Kind of. Okay then, I'm freaking out just as much as you are, maybe more. Parker says, I'll help you hold it together if you help me. Parker holds up a fist. You bump it. Dwight's maxed out, yeah! Deal! You make your way downstairs where Parker opens the front door. As light spills across the patio, Tom hisses from the bushes. Dude, what are you doing? It's alright, come on in. The others cross the patio and shuffle in through the front door, looking wary. There's no one here? Tom says, I was expecting an army of hooded goons. Parker says, so was I, but the whole place is empty. What about Richard's kid, Robbie? Isn't he supposed to be here? Parker shrugs with an uncomfortable frown. You all trade worried glances. Exactly, I was totally thinking about Robbie. Come on! Footsteps echoing across the empty house. You make your way down to the wine cellar. Is anybody else getting super skeeved out? Seriously. No guards? Or anything? I think they didn't expect us to come here. You might be right. They're not exactly the brightest bunch. Grandpa says,
I think for once, we might just be a step ahead. The society's got a lot of things going for them, but good communication in a crisis ain't one. If things went to hell on that yacht, they're probably split into separate cells, running around like chickens with their heads cut off.
Tom says, these guys need to learn how to group text. You make your way through the secret passages and down the stone hallway that leads toward the Society's inner sanctum. So, if the Society didn't come through here, how are they already on Elliot's trail?
They must have gone through the dam.
Why not the secret tunnel conveniently located inside their base?
Most of them don't know about it. Hell, I don't think even Richard does. Astrid sealed it off years ago to control access to Josephine.
As you walk, Arthur reaches a hand up, tugging on lighting fixtures.
"32, 33, here we go."
He pulls one of the light fixtures down and a cobwebbed seam opens in the wall. Tom says, seriously? Who puts a secret passage inside a secret passage?
Paranoid people who don't trust one another. Now help me get this open.
Tom and Parker start tugging at the wall. The door begins to slide open, slowly, with a grating rumble. Standing in front of the dark portal, Arthur turns to face you.
I'm serious, though. Most of these people don't have one person in the world they turn their back to in a dark room, let alone 5. That's one advantage we have over them, and if we're going to survive this...
An occultist screams. A hooded figure bursts out of the darkness, wide-eyed and grasping.
What the hell?
Attack the cultist. You lunge past your grandpa and grab the cultist by the collar. Get away from my grandpa! You throw the hooded figure sideways, and to your surprise, he crumples to the ground in a bloody heap. The hell? You inch closer, nudging the bloodied corpse with the toe of your shoe. He's dead? Tom says, yeah, but what? From out of the darkness, wet feet slap toward you. And it's a bear monster! And an elk monster. 2 waterlogged monsters lunge from the shadows and seize you by the legs. And you scream. Grab something. You claw uselessly at the smooth stone floor. No! Guys, help! You're dragged into the dark. The corridor recedes from view as the creatures drag you away kicking and screaming. Get off me! And the bear monster growls. You thrash wildly, freeing one of your legs. Let's see, what will you do? Kick it? Kick the bear. You slam your heel into the bear's face. And it growls. It loses its grasp on your leg momentarily. You scramble to your feet. And then the elk monster. The elk tosses its head, antlers raking across your forearms and slamming you into the wall. You see a yellow blur as Danny sprints into view. Oh, and it crashed. Sorry, hold on, y'all. I gotta reopen it. Maybe it has like a timeout or something on the app. I'll have to figure that out. Here it is. Oh, no, you don't! A pair of brass knuckles slam into the elk's skull. Thanks! Danny turns to answer you and then screams. Dwight, look out! The bear charges toward you, then suddenly stumbles. It hits the floor with a crash. Through its matted, rotten fur, you spy the rope of Imogen's bolus. Not today! Parker and Tom burst onto the scene. Parker says, Dwight! Tom says, hang on! Danny holds the elk still while Parker finishes it off. Tom and Imogen pin the bear to the ground and then curb stomp both heads. And you struggle to catch your breath, fresh blood clotting on your shirt as your grandpa jogs up red-faced and wheezing.
Dwight, I thought, are you okay?
Yeah, barely. Good one, Danny. Good one. The hallway art is so creepy. Agreed. Everyone shares a breath of laughter. It sounds slightly unhinged. Your grandpa takes your hand and pulls you to your feet. What the hell was that? Tom says, seriously? Those things were more vicious than ever. I thought you said this way was safe. Grandpa said,
I said secret, not safe. But, God, if these things are in the tunnels now, then...
An ear-piercing wail splits the air, echoing all along the corridor. As it fades away, the hair on your arm stands on end. Parker says, wow! Tom says, dude!
Josephine really is getting stronger.
Not gonna lie, Dwight, I was kind of hoping she might cut you some slack after that little heart-to-heart you had under the lake. If those things are willing to attack Dwight, that doesn't say much for Josephine's state of mind. Parker says, yeah, and if the cult is still down here anyway, it means they're getting desperate. Dwight says, all of which mean Elliot is in even more danger. Come on. You all set off at a jog. Dark, barred alcoves look on silently as you make your way down winding passages. Did they, Dr. Waffles? What did you think was going to happen? And the further you go, the louder Josephine's wails become. Soon you come to a T intersection. Danny says, now what? Tom says, guys. Tom points to something near your feet. It's Elliot's phone, and it's cracked. You pick up the phone with a shaking hand. Oh no, please tell me that's not... Damn it! Dwight shouts. You spike the phone into the wall. Danny places a gentle hand on your shoulder. It's gonna be okay. We just have to figure out which way he went. How the heck are we supposed to do that? Tom asks. Oh. Danny reaches into her pocket and pulls out the seeing stone and holds it up to her eye. Dwight says, anything? Okay, I see a set of footprints, and I think they were being chased. By more of those monsters? Danny shakes her head, stooping to inspect something. No, definitely people. It looks like there was some kind of scuffle, but I think Elliot got away. Dwight says, can you see which way they went? Danny points down the tunnel to your right. That way, I'm positive. Awesome. Great work, Danny. She tosses the seeing stone into the air, catches it, and gives you a thumbs up. We've almost got him. Arthur steps forward into the intersection.
That right tunnel winds up through the dam's foundation. The left one here is a straight shot to the spillway. They meet further on.
Tom says, I swear to God, if anyone suggests we split up... Parker says, great idea. If someone's chasing Elliot, we can ambush them from both sides. Tom says, damn it. Dwight says, I don't like it either, but it's the best plan we have. Tom, Imogen, and Danny take the tunnel on the right. You, Parker, and Arthur take the tunnel on the left. Okay, everyone be careful, and if you get into any trouble... You're interrupted by another echoing wail. Tom says, scream? You all trade one last worried glance and then head your separate ways. The three of you make your way through the tunnels and soon come to a lighted passage. Parker says, why are there torches here?
The society must have lit them. We're getting close.
Shh, do you hear that? Up ahead, harsh voices echo out of a side passage. Arthur puts a finger to his lips, and the three of you creep around the corner. In a flickering corridor, three hooded figures argue in low voices. I knew it. You have no idea where you're going. Quit whining. You think I like running around a bunch of dark, monster-filled tunnels any more than you do? Just find me that kid. The hell with that. I'm gonna hand that kid over to Astrid myself so I don't have to take orders from your dumb ass anymore. What did you say to me? That was Richard, Robbie's dad. You duck behind the corner. Richard, damn it, of course he'd be here. Let's see. Haha. Yeah, about perfect match, yeah. My brain has been fried from school. So my cats wanted me to throw some food at their heads for some reason. Somehow, one of them was able to say me a lot. She kept going, me, ow, when the food hit her forehead. That's funny. Had someone record an echoed scream. Oh yeah, that would be good. How did he get out of jail?
Because, unlike me, he was never really in jail, remember? They did all that to trick you kids.
If Richard is the one who finds Elliot, there's no telling what might happen. Let's sneak past them and keep going, Parker says.
I have a better idea. What do you say we get the drop on this dick and snag some disguises for the two of you?
That could help us get past their squads and find Elliot faster. Now's your chance to give Richard some payback and gain some society disguises in the process. Heck yeah! Ambush him. Let's do it.
That's the spirit.
So how do you want to handle this? Parker asks. We should sneak up on them. You lean out from around the corner and watch until all three hooded figures have their backs turned. Go! The three of you hurry around the corner and take positions behind opposite pillars. Grandpa raps gently on the stone wall. What was that? Probably just a rat. Go check it out. Hey, I have a better idea. How about you bite me? You do not refuse an order from me. Oh, what are you going to do, tough guy? Put it in my performance review. Will you two stop bickering for 5 seconds? We'll all go. The three cultists head your way and past your position. Parker shouts, now! The cultists recoil in shock as the three of you charge in. It's Richard! Punch him! Richard gives a pathetic squawk of surprise as your fist connects with his face. Yeah. Yes, he did. Dwight says, why don't you lay down for a little while? He's out before he even hits the ground. I love that random cultist. Me too. A few minutes later, you and Parker have finished changing into your disguises. How do I look? Like an NPC from Skyrim.
A what from what now?
Never mind. Hey, Arthur, aren't you gonna put your hood up?
Can't. Damn thing got ripped. This fella here ain't exactly my size.
Your grandpa pats his gut.
We'll figure something out. In case it's not obvious, these folks ain't the brightest bulbs in the box.
Parker says, hey, speaking of figuring things out, what should we do with these three? Oh, we're not killing them. We're not murderers. We're gonna leave them.
You're kidding me. These people would slit your throat in a heartbeat.
We're not murderers. What he said. Arthur sighs. No, we're not killing them.
You're a better person than me, kid. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite us.
It just might. Parker and Arthur head on. With one last uncertain glance backwards, you follow them. Yeah, he's just like, you're a savage in choices. Sometimes I will take them out, but yeah. Except Nicole and Bloodbound. Oh no, I took her out. No way, no way. I didn't leave Nicole alive. No way. Parker and Arthur head on, and you follow them. Okay. And we're in our disguises. Shouldering open a rusty gate, you enter a worn-down maintenance tunnel. Ancient lights flicker and buzz all around you. What's with these tracks?
Oh, they were for moving industrial equipment back when the dam was first built.
I can't believe how huge this place is. How much farther is it?
The rendezvous point is just at the end of this passage. Come on.
The three of you start walking. As you do, another wail splits the air, vibrating dust off the ceiling. God, that sound is awful. It's like she's being
tortured?
As the wail subsides, another sound slowly becomes apparent. Ragged footfalls and wet barks echoing up the tunnel behind you. We've got company.
Let's move!
The three of you set off at a run, but the sound keeps pace behind you. In fact, they're gaining on us! They're not the only ones. Up ahead, you hear voices. The shadows of hooded figures bob and stretch across the tunnel wall, curving toward you. You grab Parker and Arthur and force them to walk. Dwight, what are you doing? I'm not Dwight. I'm a cultist, remember? We all are. Just keep your head down and walk straight through.
There's no way they're just gonna... Shh! Here they come! You round the bend in the tunnel and find yourself walking straight toward a dozen hooded figures. What the hell? Where are you guys going? And why do you have that traitor with you? How should I know? I'm just doing what I'm told. Hey, don't get pissy with me. Then get out of the way. We've had a long night and we'd like to get it over with. Psh, whiners. Quiet, you! The cultists look annoyed and confused, but don't try to stop you as you push through their ranks and continue down the tunnel. I really ruined this outfit for myself when I made this meme. Parker says, I can't believe that worked. Keep your voice down before you blow it. Another disembodied wail echoes along the tunnel as you pass through the rear of the cultist ranks, and then you hear a shout from behind you. Damn it! It's more of those things! They're down here with us! I'll yell, hold them off! Are you kidding me? Just do as you're told or the leader will hear about it, and these monsters will be the least of your concerns. Damn it! You hear roars as the monsters in the tunnel overtake the cultists. Let's go! Grandpa shouts. The three of you take off running, pursued by the sounds of carnage and screaming cultists. Every time I hear this song, I just want to twerk. Grandpa says through there! You slide feet first through a drainage pipe and splash down in brackish, knee-high water. Yuck! Ew! Parker splashes down after you. What is this, sewage? Arthur hits the water butt first and then stands up dripping wet and scowling. No, but it ain't exactly Aquafina either. Let's find your brother and get out of here. Shh, listen, Dwight says. It really does go hard. Yeah, it does. You hear voices echoing up and down the watery corridors. And amidst the clamor, you hear one you recognize. Get away from me! It's Elliot. It's Elliot's voice. Parker says this way. The three of you take off down the tunnel through a series of winding passages. As you round a corner, you hear a shout. Somebody help me! Elliot spots you, but draws up short at the sight of your disguises. Damn it! How many of you bastards are there? He spins to face Vincent, Astrid, and her bodyguard, who comes sloshing up behind him. The dirt monster growls. That's enough. There's nowhere else to run. You there! Grab him! As you command. Elliot recoils as you stalk toward him. Wait a minute! I know that voice! You and Parker whisk off your disguises! Hey, Scoot. Dwight! Elliot looks from you to your grandpa. I'm so confused. What's he doing here? I thought... Hey, relax, kid. Shouldn't a dirt monster just dissolve? Yes. Yes. He shrugs out of his own robe and casts it into the water. I'm on your side. I knew it! I knew it! Oh, for the love of... Stop them! The dirt creature stomps out of the darkness. Elliot tries to run, but it lunges an arm out, lifting him into the air. Put me down! Elliot shrieks as the creature flings him backwards down the tunnel and then places itself in your path. Astrid stands beside it, furious. Where is my daughter? Imogen? Haven't seen her. No idea. Heard she skipped town. Parker and Arthur come up alongside you. Said something about her parents being a bunch of deranged murderers. Maybe she'll send you a postcard someday. Or maybe not.
Someone pour some Drano on this monster. Yes, it would be a mud monster, yes. Yeah, you're right. There's a flicker of fear in Astrid's eyes, and then her features twist into a smirk. Oh, Arthur, for someone who makes such a hobby of lying, you still aren't very good at it.
Can't all be experts.
Astrid lifts a hand and flicks a gesture over her shoulder. Vincent, do it. Behind her, Vincent hauls Elliot out of the water by the hair.
Screw you!
Speak the following words. In bonds of blood, this vow is sworn.
In bonds of blood.
Don't say them, Elliot! You have to fight it! Elliot bites his lip, his face turning red with the strain of resisting Vincent's compulsion.
This vow is...
What is it with this family? Talk! Another howl shakes the tunnel. The water beneath you pulses angrily. Poor Josephine. All this commotion has been very hard on her. Oh well, she'll be silent soon enough, and so will you. We'll see about that, Dwight says. Arthur pops his knuckles. Parker cracks the bones in his neck, and the three of you stride forward ready for a fight. And then you hear a soft, metallic click from behind you. That's far enough. Turn around slowly. Parker says, "Oh, God!" You turn around to find Chief Kelly pointing a gun at your chest, and he winks. Found you. It's the end of Chapter 13. It's also the end of our stream. Tom says, Tom is tough as nails. Imogen is coping. Parker is tough as nails. He's 100 out of 100. Yes! Danny is tough as nails. Dwight is 100 out of 100 tough as nails. Excellent. Oh, okay, cool. We're almost at the 500. We're almost there. Four out of 5 locks. And it's complete. Let's see. That was fun. Man, we had a lot of crazy stuff happen. Honestly, I threatened to hurt Imogen. I would never, but I wanted to make Astrid angry. Yeah. I figured, if they thought she had left or something, they might, care, but they didn't. Let's see. Who is on? One sec.